Toronto Maple Leafs baseball on YouTube, brought to you by MNP. Thomas West here alongside Gus Cousins, and we can't deny the elephant in the room right now. It is hot down here at field level, and there is no wind whatsoever. You'd have to imagine right up Toronto Maple Leafs baseball on YouTube, brought to you by MNP. Thomas West here alongside Gus Cousins, and we can't deny the elephant in the room right now. It is hot down here at field level, and there is no wind whatsoever. You'd have to imagine right off the bat that's something that's going to play in today's game.
Oh, 100%. It's hot in the sun, it's hot in the shade. The wind is a warm wind. It is humid as heck out here, and you know what that means. Balls are going to fly in the humidity tonight. It is insane. It's been like this all day, and we're not expecting to cool down very much as we get close to game time tonight.
We don't see a lot of trades in the Intercounty Baseball League typically, but we do have one early on in the season. Andy Leader is on his way to the Guelph Royals. He's already played a game, already picked up his first hit as a Guelph Royal. This is a guy that hasn't played for any team but the Kitchener Panthers. He's a big bat that's in their lineup now.
He absolutely is, and I mean it's a good trade for both sides. Looking at it on paper, you know, you give up two good relievers that have had really good starts to the year, Jorge De La Cruz and Danny Garcia. Both have had really good starts to the year for the Guelph Royals. Kitchener, who's found themselves in last place at 3-10 entering today, obviously need a lot of pitching help. They've had their own slew of releases early on this year. The offense hasn't really been the issue in years past. It hasn't gotten going yet for them, but you know, with the guys like Raul Gonzalez on that team, you know they'll get there eventually. But for the Royals, yeah, they're 7-4, but they're on a bit of a downswing right now, and Andy Leader joining that middle of the lineup, he hit third their last game. It's going to be a very, very impactful bat in the Guelph Royals lineup going forward.
This is a rainout game that we are playing today that got rescheduled to today. It is anything but raining today. It looks like we'll be fine for baseball, but it does mean that we had to wait on the return of Garton Akamatsu into the lineup for the Guelph Royals, playing against his former team, the Toronto Maple Leafs. Obviously, he had some fantastic years here, winning Rookie of the Year, an MVP, and I remember his 3-home run game here like it was yesterday. He has some monster power. He plays great here at Dominico Field. We know he's good. He's been a big addition this year for Guelph as well.
Absolutely, and I mean, heading into the offseason, as on the Toronto side of things, there were rumors that it would be Takamatsu's last year after 2023, and we weren't even sure if he was going to be here in 2023. Now he's on the Royals, and he's providing the same boom to them that he did to us all those years. You know, the power in the middle of the lineup. Andy Leader, Garrett Takamatsu, 3-4 is a force to be reckoned with. Guys like Josh Garton, when they get going once more, they have a very, very deep lineup, and Garrett Takamatsu just adds to that. Like you were saying, he's hit well here for so many years. This is not abnormal to him. I assume he would probably enjoy hitting here because of the stats that show that he's been that good over the last number of years with the Maple Leafs.
The Leafs had a booming game last time out against the Brantford Red Sox, the game that they won 11-5. Obviously putting up 11 runs is great, but we can't forget about the guy that you probably just saw running up and down the hill. He's probably walked behind us a couple times, and Angel Castro. One hit, doesn't allow an earned run over 6 innings after he got hit around a little bit in that first start against the Welland Jackfish. That's a great bounce back, isn't it?
Absolutely it is. You know, in the first start, it was rocky. There were walks. There were a lot of fastballs that were get-me-over fastballs that were very, very hittable for a really good Welland Jackfish squad. And yesterday, last game, excuse me, yes, it was Brantford, but the pure dominance on the mound, it was very effective in his pitch control. I think he only got into the 70s in terms of pitches, 6 shutout innings, 8 strikeouts, didn't walk a guy. That's a very important thing for him. And if he can get rolling like he did in last start and keep it going, it's just another fantastic addition to a pitching staff with the Leafs that has to be consistently really, really good. As of late, the offense has gotten better, but overall we've seen the bullpen has taken an upturn. They've turned a corner. Really, ever since the rainout occurred, you look at the stats before and after June 2nd on the offensive side and in terms of the pitching, especially out of the bullpen, it's been a tale of 2 different seasons so far for the Maple Leafs. And with a guy like his caliber coming in and throwing these great innings, yes, it's Brantford, but we've seen him do it against a number of good teams. It's going to be a very, very important addition for the Leafs going forward and hopefully into the playoffs as well.
74 pitches in that outing for Angel Castro was fantastic. I got a chance to talk to a couple of the Maple Leafs after. Lachlan Maud got his first extra base hit in the Intercounty Baseball League, as well as Marcus Manette. With Lachlan Maud from the Toronto Maple Leafs. Lachlan, I know you're just getting kind of your first taste here with the Toronto Maple Leafs, but as a young guy, what's it like being on a new team with all these veterans?
I mean, it's awesome. There's so much to learn. Great players never stop learning, so I try and do that myself. And these guys have played here for a while. They played other places for a while, so the information is endless. Try and do what I can.
I know you picked up your first IBL hit a couple games ago. You got your first extra base hit here today. How are you feeling at the plate?
Pretty great. It's awesome. I mean, it's Father's Day. My dad's here. My whole family really is here, so it's great to have and share that moment with them.
I don't know if you knew this or not, but the guy that you were catching today was more than double your age on the Castro. What was it like catching him?
I mean, he's got the experience. I trust him. I should trust him twice as much as I trust myself, right? If it goes by age. So he was fantastic. He did a great job. And I mean, yeah.
Did he have to shake you off at all today?
A little bit, but we laugh about it after. It's no big deal. I mean, he's the guy, so I trust him.
What have you learned about this Toronto Maple Leafs team? I know you're new to the team. Now you've got some catching experience as well. I know this team got off to a slow start, but things seem to be going a bit better lately.
I mean, I've learned a lot. I mean, I know they're very accepting. There's no, there's seniority, yeah, but no one's getting put down. Like, everyone's treated equally. It's how it should be in a clubhouse, and they're doing a great job of including me and the other young guys as well.
All right, thanks, Lachlan.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm joined now by Marcus Connect from the Toronto Maple Leafs. Marcus, I know it was a bit of a slow start to the season with the bat, but you've been hitting a lot better lately. What's been going well for you at the plate?
Every at bat, you just start to remember more about your swing, about the game, and it took some time off, but every game, some pieces fall back together. So, it's just only a matter of time.
Marcus, I know you do some coaching as well. You've also had a baseball player career as well. When you've played so long and just from the coaching aspect as well, does it make things a little bit easier to figure things out mechanically?
Yeah, as a player? You're saying me as a player? Yeah, I mean, you learn just to approach each game kind of the same way, and that breeds consistency, and it helps a lot to be a coach and see others and teach what you do. So, I mean, really, teaching definitely helps, but playing is the ultimate.
You've seen this Maple Leaf team go really deep into the playoffs, and I know you know and have a lot of faith in a lot of these guys on the team. After the slow start, it looks like things have really turned around for Toronto. Did you really have any doubt that things were going to start to turn around?
No, not really. We're so deep, and we got a bunch of guys off the bench that can hit as well. We got some good catchers. Pitching's really good as well. I mean, we're all pretty confident and excited for what's to come this summer.
How big is it just to get the win today? I know Brantford was a team that was playing 3 games in 3 days. You know how tough it is to do that. So how big was it just to get the win today?
Yeah, it's great. You can't really count anybody out in this league, and especially at this park. And we came to play, and we had a great start by Castro, and everybody gelled together, and everybody got some playing time today, and it was a great win.
I know Angel Castro was excellent today. He also brings a lot of energy off the bench. What's it like being on the bench watching Castro and then sitting with him with all the energy as well?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's an absolute pleasure. Watch him pitch and play behind him, make some plays for him, and everybody enjoys his energy on the team, and we're thankful that he's on our team for sure.
Really quickly, it looks like the bats are starting to turn around for you guys. You're hitting the ball all over the field, making good contact. Is there a little bit of a change? Did somebody say something before the game, or
today? Well, no. I mean, everybody is ready to play. It's a beautiful day, Father's Day. And Salazzo gave a great speech, but made some changes to the lineup, in terms of who's hitting first, who's second, all the way down, and it seemed to shake things up a bit. And we've been on a roll, and we're going to keep it going.
Well, great to hear there from Marcus Connect, who's a veteran on this Toronto Maple Leafs team. Also great to hear from Lachlan Maud, who looks like he's going to do a really good job behind the plate when Justin Mara is not catching. Obviously, Dionysius Chialtis is in the mix for this as well, and he's been good to start the year. But Lachlan Maud is some young talent and a guy that's probably going to learn some from Justin Mara, and he's going to fill in nicely in this Maple Leafs lineup.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a very limited sample size for him, obviously, just a couple games, 12 at-bats. But the opportunities that he's had, he's done very well in. I mean, he's shown a lot of composure behind the plate. He's a big guy. He's a solid hitter. We saw him take the ball the other way just the last game against Brantford when he started. He's a guy that has a lot of potential to be a really solid backup for when the veteran Justin Mara does need a break. And we've shown Mara hasn't been able to play every day, nor should you want him to. The catching depth that the Toronto Maple Leafs have acquired and signed have been very, very important so far, and they've all done very well to back up Justin Mara, who obviously has been here for many, many years.
The Toronto Maple Leafs bullpen has been really good of late as well. It was a fantastic start we saw from Angel Castro, and it looks like the starting pitching is improving. But this is what we've seen from the Toronto Maple Leafs bullpen lately, an ERA of 2.95, and pitching depth is ever so important in the Intercounty Baseball League. And the Maple Leafs bullpen, they've been a big part of a lot of their wins lately.
Absolutely. I mean, you're going to hear us talk a lot about it throughout this entire game tonight, what the last 6 games have looked like for both sides, both teams. But in terms of the Maple Leafs bullpen, it's been a complete revolution from the beginning of the season. They've turned it all around. Everyone's had some fantastic performances, and it's come together very, very nicely during a time in which the Maple Leafs starting pitching hasn't been able to go as deep as they'd like. And there's a lot of new guys. Greg Harrington that we've talked a lot about. It's becoming a very solid group that's going to play a very important part moving forward.
The offense has been really good for the Maple Leafs as well this season, and this was a part of the team that was struggling a little bit early on. The Maple Leafs have never been a team that's really relied on their pitching. They like to get to the IBL finals by slugging their way there. But when you mix in some of that pitching as well, that helps, but the offense for the Maple Leafs has been on fire lately, especially with those 11 runs against Brantford last time out.
Absolutely. Only one time over their first 9 games did they have 10 or more hits. Over the last 6 games, they've had 10 or more hits in each and every one of those. The offense is starting to come around. 4 wins in their last 6 games. You see it on the board right here in front of us. The runs per game are up. It's just over 7. They're scoring more runs. It's a smaller sample size, obviously, but the first 9 games was a real struggle for them. But since that June 2nd rainout, the rainout that this game is making up for, ever since then, the pitching has come around, the offense has come around, and the bats especially have been putting up lots and lots of offense. It's a humid night. We talked about this earlier on in the pregame show. Expect the balls to be flying, expect a lot of balls to be put in play here tonight with the Maple Leafs offense going as well as it's been going recently.
Sam Green is on the mound for the Toronto Maple Leafs, and this is a guy that Toronto wants to see do really well. We don't expect him to go a whole lot of innings. In fact, I talked to Sam Green the other day, and he said this was going to be more of an opener role for him today. And for Sam Green, probably wants to get an inning or 2, keep the pitch count down, but last time we saw Sam Green on the mound, it ended with that bicep tear that he suffered, which all things considered was probably better than what it could have been, but it's good to see Sam Green back on the mound again. Absolutely
it is, and like you said, we don't expect him to go very deep. He was very open with us and with himself about what his expectations are. You're coming off an injury. The Leafs bullpen, there's a couple guys down there that have had some serious rest. Julian Valdez is down there. We've seen length out of him. Marek Deska has started a game this season for them. There's guys to take over, so I'd expect him to be a lot like, you know, how the Blue Jays used Wilmer Font a lot just years ago in an opener role. An inning, 2 innings, depending how it's going. You wouldn't want to overwork him. Max Leno, as we speak, is already down on the mound in the Leafs bullpen, so expect it to be a very short and hopefully effective start for Sam Green as he gets back into the swing of things here tonight.
Yeah, maybe just a 1-inning appearance from Sam Green here, but this is a big inning. First game back from injury and trying to be effective here in at least this first inning. He's facing Brando LaRue for the Guelph Royals, and here's the first pitch from Green. And it's hit on the ground, and that one's going to sneak through the infield by Jose Vinicio, and that's a leadoff single for the Guelph Royals in the top of the first.
And aside from the performance that we hope to see out of Green tonight in his 1 or 2 innings of work, another thing they're going to want to watch is the pitch count, right? We've talked about it endlessly, an analytical guy. He's a very smart pitcher on the mound. First pitch strikes are going to be very important. Even if he gives up first, second pitch contact like that up the middle, it's going to be very important to keep his pitch count low when he's coming back from an injury that he had.
This is J.D. Williams at the plate facing Sam Green. Some soft contact to start things out, and then the pitch is high as Brando LaRue thought about taking second base. Defensively in the outfield for the Maple Leafs, it's Ryan Dos Santos in left, and then Lucas Alberti is getting the start in center field. Marcus Connect is in right. John Salazzo at third base, Jose Vinicio at short, Charlie Towers at second, and the big power bat of Cole Murchison at first base. Jordan Castaldo is getting the night off defensively. He's in the DH spot today. Justin Mara catching Sam Green. Here's the 1-1 pitch to J.D. Williams. There goes Brandon LaRue. He got a great jump, and J.D. Williams fancied that inside fastball, so he took a big cut at it and fouled it back.
And I wouldn't be shocked at all if that was a planned play right there, hit and run to start the game. The Guelph Royals are coming in. They've been struggling as of late. They've been doing very, very well on the road, but their last 5-6 games have not helped them out very much offensively or on the pitching side. They want to get to these starters early, or in the Leafs case, get to the relievers early and get to each and every one of them, since it looks like it'll be a bullpen game, possibly for both sides, with Brandon Deans going for the Guelph Royals tonight.
The 1-2. Runner goes again, pitch inside, throw it onto second base, is in time, they got him. What a throw from Justin Mara as he guns down Brando LaRue trying to swipe second base.
And that's something we've seen a lot this year. Justin Mara throwing runners out from his knees. He's eliminated the get up and go. He has such a strong arm with throws like that, and he's made a lot of them this year, that he cuts down very, very quick runners like Brandon LaRue to start ball games. It's a very, very effective skill, and it's the presence of Justin Mara back there that not a lot of other catchers in the IBL have.
The 2-2. Up high, 3-2. That one slipped out of the hand a little bit of Sam Green. Count runs full. J.D. Williams, part of the 2015 Tournament 12 roster that was hosted at Rogers Center here, playing on that team with Josh Naylor. Outside fastball, he got him. First strikeout for Sam Green, and all of a sudden, with the runner being thrown out, Sam Green is 2 away in the top of the first inning and has Andy Leader standing between him and a clean first inning.
And look what happens when you throw strikes right off the bat during at-bats, right? I'll talk about it endlessly. I've talked about it in the past. First strike's a pitcher's best friend, especially in Green's case tonight.
We talked to Adam Mara of the Toronto Maple Leafs. That's his thing. He preaches just throwing strikes as well. A lot of the Maple Leafs pitchers have that mentality. Obviously, easier said than done.
Well, look no further than Angel Castro last start against Brantford. No walks, 8
Great
strikeouts.
point.
74 pitches over 6 innings. Terrific work in his second start back.
This is the newest Guelph Royal, Andy Leader, getting traded away for a couple of pitchers to the Kitchener Panthers. Andy Leader has not played on any other Intercounty Baseball League in his career. That started in 2017 with the Kitchener Panthers. But now here with the Guelph Royals, and this was officially a trade as well. This one's hit on the ground. Slow roller for Jose Vinicio. He picks it up, fires to first in time to get Andy Leader. And that is a rather unorthodox 1-2-3 inning for Sam Green, but he will take it. Retires the Guelph Royals in order in the first inning. And that could be it for Sam Green, but we will see. For now, the bats of the Maple Leafs are coming up at the bottom of the first. Back here at Dominico Field, Jordan Castaldo leading things off for the Toronto Maple Leafs. That's the new role that we've seen for Jordan Castaldo over the last couple of weeks, and he has been thriving in that leadoff spot. He will face Brandon Deans for the Guelph Royals tonight. Guelph Royals trying to continue their excellent trend of winning road games. Jordan Castaldo takes strike one.
We talked about it at the end of the last half inning. It'll be Max Leno on the bump for the Leafs in the second. Sam Green's day is done. He's trotted down to the bullpen and is standing with the rest of his relievers down there. So a good first inning back. Looking to build up next time out. Good pitch count. Threw a lot of strikes.
This one's hit on the ground. Ohashi has it, throws to first in time. One away. Brandon Deans has been a pitcher who is throwing a lot against the Maple Leafs in his 3-year Intercounty Baseball League career, and it's been really up and down. The last one came on June 8th where he didn't record an out and gave up 3 earned runs. But if you looked at before that, he's had some really good starts where he's shut out the Maple Leafs through 5 innings, or he's also had some starts where he's given up a bunch of runs. Obviously the Maple Leafs hoping that this is the Brandon Deans that they can get to today, and it's a roster that hasn't changed much over the last couple of years for the Maple Leafs. Justin Mara at the plate. Mara takes high, 2-1.
And Deans is a guy who hasn't started a game this season for them. The longest outing he's gone has been 2 innings against the Maple Leafs. He started a couple games in the past, but he's not a guy that's fully stretched out, much like Green.
In the past has had a couple outings that have seen him go 5 or 6 innings, but obviously that would be his longest by quite a bit this year. Justin Mara fouls it off himself, and it bounces out in front of home plate. Brandon Deans is a guy who Guelph Royals were really excited about this year. He's someone who's really found his own in the Intercounty Baseball League, has been effective for Guelph. He delivers well inside to Justin Mara, and the count runs full. Justin Mara hitting .285 this season, 2 home runs and 11 RBIs. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it's fouled off.
And we talked about it a bit pregame as well, excuse me. The catching depth that the Maple Leafs have acquired over the past year or so that allow Justin Mara to not play every single game behind the plate. Lachlan Mott isn't starting today, but he's been a name that we've been very impressed by.
Outside, ball 4, Justin Mara takes the walk. Well, this is a guy that's been hot lately, Marcus Connect. He's got Justin Mara over there at first base. Brandon Deans will face his first righty of the evening. Marcus Connect now hitting .275, but for his first 4 or 5 games, he didn't have any hits. So he has really raised that batting average here early in the season. Talked to Marcus Connect after the game, and he said, you know, when he spends so much time in the offseason coaching, it doesn't necessarily translate to just being able to hit right away. As he swings through an off-speed pitch from Brandon Deans, Marcus said every at-bat that he took early in the season, he kind of learned a little bit more about his swing, and I guess at this point he's kind of figured it out as he's been smashing the baseball lately. It's the 1-1. And another off-speed pitch that he swings through.
Yeah, he, like most of the Maple Leafs, have found themselves over the last 6 games offensively. I don't want to say they've all turned it around, but there's a vast majority of the guys on the squad that if you separate out their seasons, the first 9 versus the last 6, they are 2 entirely different ball clubs.
In the dirt, and it hops all the way off the top of the backstop. By the time that ball hit the ground, Justin Mara was already at second base. So now there's a runner in scoring position for Connect, and he's got a 2-2 count. Talked to Jeff Lounsbury about the slow start to the season as well, and he's been on the broadcast a couple of times. And the first time he said, you just wait, the big bats will get going, and when the big bats get going, we'll start winning. And lo and behold, that's exactly what happened.
10 or more hits in each of their last 6 games for the Leafs, 4-2 in those last 6.
Talking to Jeff Lounsbury as well, he also has confidence that Jose Vinicio is going to turn things around. Guy who's been a perennial 300 hitter in the Intercounty Baseball League, and Jeff said he thinks that there's a good possibility that Jose Vinicio gets to that mark again this season, even with the slow start. Here's the full count pitch to Marcus Connect. And he takes inside ball 4. Brandon Deans missed just high and maybe a bit inside. And now John Salazzo comes to the plate with 2 runners on. John Salazzo started the season pretty hot, has cooled off just a little bit of late, but obviously still an imposing presence at the plate. And saying that, he hasn't really cooled off lately. He did have 2 hits last game against Brantford. But the batting average has dipped below 300. And Salazzo pops it up. This one's on the infield. Mosini is over, and he makes the catch, 1 away.
We've seen that a couple times recently out of Salazzo, popping balls up, trying to hit it the other way, and he's just getting under it. And at the same time, he's popped a couple balls up. We saw him pop one over the left field fence just the other day. So he clearly has an approach that he's trying to hit more balls to the opposite field this year. It's worked in short spurts. It hasn't worked consistently, but I'd expect eventually throughout this season for him to consistently find his stroke out to left field.
Well, here's Ryan Dos Santos, who's had a great start to the season, especially with the power numbers. And I don't want to toot your horn too much here, Jeff, because I know you're probably watching at home. But he also predicted that Ryan Dos Santos was going to have a good year with the power numbers as well. So that was upstairs, 2-0, and that ended up happening. He has 3 home runs. That's tied for the team lead with John Salazzo.
Yeah, for as much as the offense has gotten rolling, we haven't seen a ton of power per se. We've seen a lot of extra base hits, but not a ton of power over the fence, which is something that we've been very used to seeing over the last couple of years with the likes of Castaldo and Salazzo and all these guys, Takamatsu to name a couple.
The Leafs don't need a home run here. A single would do just fine with Dos Santos at the plate, and he takes high 3-1. So now he's worked himself into a hitter's count, and Jose Vinicio looms on deck. 2 away here in the inning. Ryan Dos Santos trying to cash 1 home with 2 outs. Here's the 3-1 pitch. And Dos Santos rips it foul back towards his own dugout.
Deans has thrown a lot of pitches here in this first inning for a guy who hasn't gone too deep this season. 3 out of the last 4 hitters going to full counts. The Leafs fighting off pitches. Salazzo, the one in there that wasn't a full count with a pop out. 2 walks already.
Full count pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Big strikeout there for Brandon Deans as he gets himself out of a jam, and the Maple Leafs go scoreless in the first inning. To the second we go here from Dominico Field. Well, Toronto Maple Leafs baseball on YouTube is brought to you by MNP, National in Scope, Local in Focus. MNP is one of Canada's leading professional services firms, proudly serving individuals, businesses, and organizations since 1958. So Josh Garton was a guy who looked like he was going to be the MVP of the Intercounty Baseball League early on, but boy, he has been slumping of late, and there's no question that Josh Garton is going to turn it around. He might not put up the same numbers that we saw early in this season, but look at the splits between the first 4 games and the last 5 games that we've seen from Josh Garton. It has been a different story. The only hit he has is a home run. It was a 3-run shot, which accounts for his hit, his home run, and all of his RBIs, but the strikeouts are way up, and Josh Garton's been struggling just a little bit at the plate lately.
Yeah, and it seems like where Garton goes, the Royals go. When he was hot at the beginning of the year, they were winning a lot of ball games. They were 4-0 in their first 4 ball games, and they looked unbeatable. Since then, over the last 5, his last 5 games, like you said, he's cooled right off, and so have the Royals. They haven't been able to find their stride consistently. They've been on a bit of a downturn after starting the season 4-0, and when he heats up, the bats around him heat up, and when he gets on base, everyone around him drives him in. It's a very consistent theme. We saw it with Takamatsu with the Maple Leafs over previous seasons, but it's a problem that he'll have to overcome, and I'm sure he will pretty soon.
Josh Garton is due up second this inning, and if there's any place where Josh Garton can get out of the slump, it's at Christie Pitts. He's played 18 games here at Dominico Field, and he has 10 home runs at the Pits. So here is the former Maple Leaf, Garrett Takamatsu, and he swings and misses at the first pitch. This is the first game that Garrett Takamatsu is playing back in his former ballpark in an opposing uniform. And I can guarantee you that the Bushmen up on the hill down the left field line will be all over Garrett Takamatsu. In fact, he has a smile on his face, and I just heard a chirp come from down the left field line. Takamatsu fouls it off. He's in a hole 0-2.
And Takamatsu deserves his dues for being such an offensive force to be reckoned with Toronto over the last couple of years. At the same time, the man on the mound now, Masclino, he's a guy who's gotten off to a great start this season on the mound. He's taken over for Sam Green. Green did just go the 1 inning like we kind of expected. It was a good first inning for him back from injury, but Leno's been terrific since joining the Maple Leafs this year, and I would expect him to hopefully eat at least 3 to 4 innings before turning it over to the likes of Valdez, Deska, and so forth. But he's been terrific on the mound.
The 0-2. And Garrett Takamatsu hits this one in the air. It's high and deep to left field, and it is gone. Are you kidding me? Garrett Takamatsu, in his first game back, hits a home run, and he gives a big shout to the Bushmen up there on the hill on his way around. Oh boy, that must be a good feeling there for Garrett Takamatsu in his first AB back.
Well, after talking about how hot Leno's been to start on the mound, 2 not great swings from Takamatsu to begin the at-bat, and then you hang one, and we've seen Takamatsu destroy baseballs like that for years here at Christie Pitts.
Yeah. Josh Garton at the plate now, another guy who's been great at Christie Pitts. Here's the first pitch from Lanu, and Josh Garton demolishes this baseball, and that one is way out of here, and it bounces near the pitcher's mound on the Little League diamond, and it's 2-0 Guelph Royals.
I gotta stop talking about how good Max Leno's been.
And what do you know? Well, we talked about the slump of Josh Garton, too. He has broken out of it. Now that's 19 games at Dominico Field. He's hit 11 home runs.
And there's no right field fence, wall, whatever you want to call it, that was going to keep that one in.
There is a game going on, by the way, at the Little League Diamond. They were all just watching that ball bounce around as they're in the middle of the inning down there. Yeah, there you go. They're all running for shelter into their own dugout. So this is Mark Nellis. the youngster for the Guelph Royals, who's off to a great start with the bat. There's the 1-1 pitch. And Nellis hits this one high and deep to center field, and that one's off the wall. Field and center by Lucas Alberti. He whips it into Jose Vinicio, who plays it on a hop, and that's 3 consecutive hits for the Guelph Royals, 3 consecutive extra base hits. Nellis stands on second base.
And this is something we haven't seen a whole lot of out of Max Leno thus far this season, is Sam Green, the starter for tonight's game, on the mound just to give him a break. 3 really hard hit balls. You know, you could kind of get a sense that after he gave up the home run to Takamatsu on it, he hung an off-speed pitch, wasn't a great spot. Then he just tried to get me over fastball to Josh Garton. We've seen those get destroyed. And then Mark Nellis there, ripping one to center field. If nothing else, a meeting on the mound should just calm him down, give him a break. But we haven't seen this out of Max. We've seen him lose his command a little bit here and there with some walks, but he has not been hit around hard at all. But then again, he hasn't had to face the plethora of offensive talent that the Guelph Royals have accumulated here. We were talking about this. You get the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys in this lineup. They're a damn good hitting team.
Third baseman Kian Messini is at the plate. The worst thing that Max Lemieux could do right now is stop trusting what he's throwing. You gotta have trust in the fastball, and looked like that was a fastball, the one that got demolished there by Josh Garton, who was definitely guessing fastball. Sometimes you see that with the veteran hitters at the plate and the youngsters on the mound. You get inside their head a little bit. And Messini breaks his bat, hits it on the ground to first base. Played there by Jordan Costello. That will advance the runner to third base, but now there's one away.
Catcher number 23, Evan Ash.
Cole Murchison, I should say, at first base.
And you make a valid point, right? You give up a bomb with a hanging off speed pitch. What do you want to do? You don't want to throw that pitch again. You just gave up a shot. So what do? You go right back to the well with your fastball, and Garton was waiting for it. Then you go back to it once more, and Nellis is waiting for it. So you got to have faith in your off-speed pitches, even when you give up a hit to Takamatsu. I mean, who hasn't given up a hit to Takamatsu at this point?
Yeah. So this is Evan Ash at the plate. He's the catcher for the Guelph Royals. The 1-0 swung on and missed. Ash has had a good start to the season, although he's only played in 5 games. Off to a start the season batting .350, 7 hits and 20 at-bats. The 1-1 pitch from Max Leno. And this one's hit on the ground. Charlie Towers fields it, holds the runner at third base, throws to Murchison in time, and now there's 2 away.
Second baseman number 24, Ryosuke Ohashi.
Now it's Ryosuke Ohashi, the native of Yokohama, Japan. Ohashi has had a bit of an interesting baseball career. In 2015, he played professional baseball in the Empire League. And that was a pro league based out of the United States. And it was a bit of an interesting league. It's a league that's had a ton of turnover with teams. I think they're only at 4 or maybe 6 teams right now in the league. As here's the first pitch to Ohashi. And he hits it in the air. This one's gonna hang up in center field for Lucas Alberti. He comes in and makes the catch, and that will do it, but not before back-to-back home runs by the Guelph Royals. The second one by Josh Garton, who gets out of the slump with authority. And it's 2-0 Guelph Royals over the Toronto Maple Leafs. We'll be right back.
And just a reminder for
Back here at Dominico Field, and Maple Leafs stayed hot last game. They beat the Brantford Red Sox 11-5. There were a lot of positive things that came out of that outing. Angel Castro had a bounce-back performance. Taylor Lepard is back with the Maple Leafs, although his outing didn't go particularly well, but you have to imagine that he'll probably shake off the jitters pretty quickly. Justin Morrow was good. Salaz Connor Lewis even hit a home run, his first since 2022, and Lachlan Maud was great, but Gus, there was a lot of positive takeaways from that win against the Brantford Red Sox.
Absolutely. From the pitching to the hitting, it all went very well. I mean, it kind of spiraled there at the end when the Leafs pulled a lot of their regulars, and walks kind of got to them a little bit out of the bullpen. And like you said, Lepard's first inning back, I should say. But both these teams, Guelph and Toronto, both coming off victories over the Brantford Red Sox. Toronto's was on Sunday. Guelph played them yesterday and won handily.
I'm telling you right now, Taylor Lepard is not going to give up a lot of hard contact for the rest of the season. His stuff is just too good. He gets the fastball well over 90 miles an hour, more like 95 miles an hour. He's got really good secondary pitches, and he is going to be a great addition to the Maple Leafs as long as he's with the Maple Leafs. He's a guy who's still kind of searching out his options in playing professional baseball. He came out of the Atlantic League, which is one of the better independent leagues out there. Jose Vinicio is at the plate for the Maple Leafs, facing Brandon Deans, and the pitch is just up.
Absolutely. I mean, he pitched a couple games with Hagerstown. It didn't go as well as he had hoped, but he's pitched around in Quebec with the Winnipeg Gold Eyes. And the Atlantic League is very formidable. I was looking up 6 or 7 arms that he pitched with when he was on Hagerstown that were ex-MLB guys. They had made it to the majors.
Vinicio hits a chopper back to Brandon Deans, underhand flip to Josh Garton, and plenty of time, one away.
First baseman, number 44, Cole Murchison.
This is a guy who I think the Leafs really, really want to get going here in Cole Murchison. You saw the power coming out of the States in college ball. It's very clearly there. He's a big dude. He can play a lot of first base. It takes some ease off of Jordan Castaldo, and if he can get the bat going, it's a very, very formidable 1-2 punch at first base for the Maple Leafs.
0-1 here to Cole Murchison. 1-1 the count. Now, do you know what a goldeye is?
I know it's a type of fish.
Oh, nice. Did you see my computer when I was Googling it?
No, I knew that because the Winnipeg Goldeyes in their first iteration, before they became the Goldeyes that we now know as an independent league team.
Murchison hits this one down the line. This could be extra bases. Cut off quickly, though, in the outfield. And now the cutoff throw gets away, so it will be extra bases. Cole Murchison moves up to second base, but that's going to go as an error on the Guelph Royals. You can finish your point on the Goldeyes thing if you want it.
Well, so before they became the Goldeyes that we now know as an independent team in Canada, a long time ago, I believe it was with the Chicago White Sox. If anyone's listening in could correct me, but I think it was with the White Sox a long time ago, that there was... Canada used to have multiple minor league teams that were affiliated with pro ball.
Yeah.
I believe Winnipeg was one of them for a short period of time. And that's how baseball became recognized there as a big thing. And you know, the Winnipeg Goldeyes now are a very, very prolific Canadian independent ball team. But now it's just the Vancouver Canadians that are affiliated with the Jays. But there's London, I believe, had one a long time ago as well. There used to be a couple teams around Canada that had some affiliation, Winnipeg being one of them.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't looking to get that deep into it, but that's sick that you had that off the top of your head. I honestly thought it was a pickerel.
A what?
A pickerel? Like, you know, you get it at a restaurant, a walleye. Not a big fish connoisseur?
No. Well, I don't eat seafood at all, so I'm not the right person to ask. But.
All right. Well, we're already way too deep into the weeds, so. Charlie Towers is at the plate now for the Maple Leafs, and with the throwing error back to the infield, it sees Cole Murchison at second base, so Charlie Towers has a chance to get an RBI here. It's a lot of players, especially some of the younger guys that come to the Intercounty Baseball League that do exactly what Taylor Lepard is trying to do, and they go play in an independent league, or we've even seen a couple of Maple Leafs end up getting drafted in the MLB draft. There's the 2-2 pitch. Towers fouls it off again. Hanging tough here against Brandon Deans.
Yeah, he's fouling off some tough pitches, fishing for a base hit.
Sure.
But, yeah, I mean, you talk about it. Evan Elliott comes to mind, who's now in the Blue Jays system.
Yeah.
You know, Daniel Procopio, who hasn't made his 2024 debut yet with the Leafs. He was an ex-Los Angeles Angels draft pick. Jesse Hodges, we've talked so much about. Justin Morrow back there behind the plate on defense. There's a lot of quality players in this league, and I think a lot of people don't recognize the caliber of play that the IBL has to offer. I mean, look no further than Angel Castro last game, an ex-major leaguer. He pitched with Oakland.
Yeah, it goes the other way sometimes as well, where players who were playing pro are back here.
Dustin Richardson, another one.
And we're going to see even more of that too, by the way, next year, because they're moving to 5 import spots instead of 4 import spots.
Yes. It will be very interesting to see how that plays out.
The 3-2 to Charlie Towers. And he hits it through the infield. Cole Murchison's going to stop at third base. He had to make sure that ball didn't get caught. Charlie Towers on first, and the Maple Leafs have runners at the corners for Lucas Alberti.
Heck of an at-bat right there from Charlie Towers. Another full count against Brandon Deans, fouling off a couple pitches. I want to say that was either the 9th or the 10th pitch of the at-bat that he ripped in left field. And speaking of youngsters, Lucas Alberti, his first start for the Maple Leafs coming today. It's just the second inning, but it's a very big spot in the game right now. Your second straight inning, you've pushed Brandon Deans. His pitch count is up there. You've got guys on base. Second straight inning of getting 2 guys on. Alberti's quick. A ground ball will likely score a run.
First pitch inside ball 1. Lucas Alberti introduced himself to the Toronto Maple Leafs by coming in as a pinch runner for Jordan Castaldo at third base, and ended up coming home on a walk-off wild pitch that saw the Maple Leafs win 8-7 over the Kitchener Panthers. That was a big win at the time for the Maple Leafs, who were trying to turn things around.
Yeah, the Leafs have had a lot of good performances from junior call-ups this year. You talk about Alberti getting his first start today, and Lachlan Maud we've talked a lot about. Jamie Cabral, when he's been in the lineup, has kick-started some offense. Kieran Wong, pinch running. He's had very limited opportunity, but when he's been on bases.
Yeah, he was the guy who came home, not Lucas Alberti, right?
Yeah.
Kieran Wong, yeah. Lucas Alberti fouls it back.
Towers is dancing off of first base over there. I think if it wasn't Alberti and it wasn't his first start and he wasn't a youngster and it was, say, Castaldo batting, I think they'd probably either just let Towers run straight up or try and hit and run. But I don't think they'd want to do that, especially not with 2 strikes now. But Towers is very clearly eager to get going over there at first.
The 1-2. Alberti takes high 2-2. That's a great take there from Lucas Alberti. So he's appeared in 3 games for the Maple Leafs, but he's just had the 2 at-bats. Looking for that first IBL hit. Great time for it here with a runner on third base and Murchison. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Up high, 3-2.
And another full count. Another full count. The Leafs are having some terrific at-bats. You saw 3 of them last inning. I believe this is the 3rd this inning as well. Making Deans sweat in the humid air.
Way up and in, ball 4. Lucas Alberti draws the walk. That's massive for the Toronto Maple Leafs, and a great at-bat is now Jordan Castaldo is at the plate.
And on top of obviously wanting a ground ball, possible double play, or even just a ground ball to get the second out of the inning, you're facing a 9-hitter who hasn't had a lot of experience. You turn that lineup over to, like we're seeing now, the Castaldos and the Salazos and the Connects. It's a risky business with the way the Leafs have been hitting recently. Alberti's not a guy, any bottom of the order guy is not a guy you want to walk. And Castaldo, who we've seen a lot recently, turn on baseballs, pull it down the right field line. Just against Brantford the other night we saw him do. That's something he's ever so good at.
He's got the batting average up to 290 now. There's Jordan Castaldo. Was 1 for 4 against Brantford and also had a home run a couple of games ago in the win over Kitchener, where the Maple Leafs 185 hit that one to dead center field. Probably just looking for a single here. But on the flip side, the Guelph Royals see Jordan Castaldo as a guy who doesn't run particularly well, so if they can get a ground ball, he is a double play candidate. It's just Jordan Castaldo doesn't hit into a lot of those.
7 lefty hitters in the lineup tonight for the Maple Leafs. It's a perfect opportunity to get right back in this game, right here, right now, at the top of the lineup.
Castaldo hits this one high and deep to right field. No doubt about it. Grand slam. Jordan Castaldo and the Maple Leafs take a 4-2 lead.
He saw Josh Garton annihilate a fastball earlier on, and he said, watch me, I'll do it even better. He hit that one a mile over the right field fence, and again, there ain't no fence in the IBL that's keeping that in the park. Dean's a get me over strike, and Castaldo did not wait around. And what were we just talking about? You do not want to walk the 9-hitter to get to Castaldo at the top of the lineup. How hot he's been. They will make you pay.
That's got to be a great feeling there for Jordan Castaldo, but yeah, when Brandon Deans walked the 9-hitter after getting ahead in the count on Lucas Alberti, that spells trouble almost every time. Now Justin Mara's at the plate, and he fouls one straight back. Jordan Castaldo has now entered his name into the team lead and home runs conversation. He has 3 as well. The 0-2, swinging a foul tip at home plate.
And as soon as that ball hit Castaldo's bat, Wes Johnston picked up a ball and started throwing in the Guelph Royals bullpen. Deans was throwing a ton of pitches. Johnston, another junior call-up. The Royals have a few on their roster here tonight, much like the Leafs do.
When Jordan Castaldo hit that home run, much like the one by Josh Garton, nobody moved anywhere, infield, outfield, or even Jordan Castaldo at the plate. He stood and admired that one. So 1-2 the count now on Justin Mara. And that pitch is high, 2-2.
Andy Leader on Kitchener has seen a lot of balls go over the right field fence at Jack Couch before, and he didn't even turn around out there in right field on that Castaldo hit. And another full count that a Leafs hitter has worked it to.
3-2. That one's a high hopper up the middle. Looks like it went off the foot of Brandon Deans, and the Maple Leafs keep the line moving as Justin Mara has a base hit and has now extended his hit streak to 6 consecutive games.
I would not be shocked at all if Marcus Connect is the last batter that Dino Ramel lets Brandon Deans face. And as soon as I say that, Dino Ramel makes the slow walk to the mound and he'll take out Brandon Deans here. For as much as Sam Green and Max Munoz limited the damage in their first 2 innings, Deans could not do that, and it's a very, very unfortunate turn of events for the Royals here. Especially since they have played so much recently, They were down a couple of their very good starters, and they wanted length out of Deans that he could not give them here tonight.
It will be a battle of the bullpens in this one. Both teams going to the bullpen in the second inning, and we'll have more on that when we come back. So this is Wes Johnson in the game for the Guelph Royals, and he has not pitched a lot in the Intercounty Baseball League. In fact, only 1 inning, and that came 4 days ago against the Welland Jackfish. And Gus, that outing did not go well.
It didn't, and I mean, it's a tough, your first IBL appearance is against a really good Jackfish squad, but they are going to hope that Johnston can give him some length here. I mean, Deans we saw talked about as a soccer ball gets kicked over the fence down the right field line. I just saw that
still
out
in
of
the field?
It is. It's in the Guelph bullpen.
Okay.
But anyways, back to Johnston. Yeah, what they need out of him right now is some length, a lot of strikes. And as I say that, it's quickly 2-0 on a very dangerous Marcus Connect. We've talked so much about his hot streak of late.
2-0. Marcus Connect drills it foul. There's the culprits right there. I think the little guy feels bad about it, I think. It's all right.
It didn't interrupt the game at all. We've seen far worse interruptions here at Christie Pitts this season.
We've seen far worse in the past as well. Here's the 2-1. Marcus Connect pops it straight up. It's the catcher, Ash, who makes the catch, twisting and turning underneath the baseball. And there's 2 away. There used to be a family of skunks that lived under the press box. And in the NBA, or not the NBA, in the IBL finals, they created a pretty lengthy delay against the London Majors when there was a couple skunks running around in the outfield. Always funny to see players' reactions to that. Some want to, go and be the hero and help chase it off the field. Some don't want any part of it.
We've seen pigeons this year.
Yeah, John
wreaking
Salazzo.
havoc.
Yeah, he got into it with a pigeon. John Salazzo's at the plate now, by the way. I actually texted John Salazzo about the pigeon thing, and he said that pigeon was flexing on me all night. Took it personally.
Oh, he was messing around with Greg Carrington on the mound, too.
1-0. Yeah, he was on the back of the mound while Greg Carrington was pitching. And these are way too niche facts, and we watch too much IBL baseball.
Yeah, oh yeah. Dude, Salazzo probably sees pigeons in his nightmares now. So.
2-0 way inside. Sees himself in a 3-0 count.
Can you find yourself in a more gut-wrenching, anxious position than what Wes Johnston's found himself in? First outing in the IBL, you face Welland, it doesn't go well. Second outing, you're 3-0 on John Salazzo. Not a good feeling, I can't imagine.
But good job to come back and deliver a strike there. Yeah, this is not an easy matchup. I'm sure the Welland Jackfish weren't an easy matchup either. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and Salazzo takes a strike. So now Wes Johnston has worked himself back into the count, and this is a massive 3-2 pitch here in the bottom of the second inning. Wes Johnston could really use a strike here to get out of this inning. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Salazzo, and he crushes it. High and deep to right center field, and it's off the wall. One run is going to come in to score. John Salazzo is going to have to stay at first base. And now J.D. Williams crashed into that fence really hard in the outfield. And there's some concern for his health right now.
I think, and I'm sure Jonathan Salazzo will be the first one to make this point to whoever he talks to. He thought that was gone.
Yeah.
He was not running at all. And it's hard to blame him. I mean, we've seen him put so many over the fence. Tonight, we've been talking about how humid it is, how the balls have been flying. But I have a feeling he's down there at first base talking to Adam Mara saying, hey, my bad. I should have hustled out of the box.
Yeah.
Because that would have been a stand-up double for sure.
Yeah, he crushed it. It just wasn't quite high enough. And the tall fence also did not rob that home run. You know, there's a little bit of a breeze starting to come in from center field, but that hit off the lower part of the fence that's always been there.
And I will say, from our position, I don't know about you, partner, but I thought that was gone off the bat. I had, like Salazzo, no reservations that ball was staying in, yet it found a way.
So J.D. Williams still getting attended to in the outfield. And we hope that he's all right. You can see some concern on the face of John Salazzo there as well. And looks like he's going to stay in the ball game. Obviously, J.D. Williams would be a monumental loss for the Guelph Royals. It's up in the lineup in that 2 spot, hitting well over 300 to start the year. So a sigh of relief on the face of some Guelph Royals players and fans, seeing him stay in the game. And now the attention turns back to the mound with the youngster Wes Johnston trying to get out of the inning. This game is not out of reach at this point, but if Wes Johnston doesn't get out of this inning pretty soon, this lead could grow pretty heavily with Ryan Dos Santos, who already has 3 home runs on the season.
And on top of how important it is to keep J.D. Williams in the lineup for the Guelph Royals, you look at their bench today. They don't have a lot of arms that are ready to go in the bullpen, but off the bench, Ashton Patterson and Ethan Hammond would be one of the 2 guys who would likely replace an outfielder should someone come out of the game injured. But they only have 3 guys total on their bench tonight. It's not a deep squad for the Guelph Royals.
Here's the 0-1. It's in the dirt, gets to the backstop, and there you go. John Salazzo will get his extra 90 feet, and he's on second base. Just a note as well, Andy Leader has pitched in the Intercounty Baseball League. Some considered him somewhat of a two-way player when he came into the league in 2017. He hasn't pitched a lot, but if the Guelph Royals need him, I would assume that he'd be the first position player to volunteer for that. Here's the 1-1, fouled off by Ryan Dos Santos, who takes a deep breath. He knew he got a pitch that he probably could have handled there from Johnston.
I believe it was the London Majors last year who we saw have 2 different position players come in and pitch against the Maple Leafs. I forget.
Robert Mackey was
Robert Mackey was one of them. Did Keith Candell pitch as well?
Yeah, I think you're right. Low and inside. And by the way, Robert Mackey actually is a pitcher now.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, he's pitching. In
a
fact,
very
he
good point.
closed out on opening day for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. Protected a 3-run lead.
Chatham has some real good arms out of that bullpen.
The 2-2 hit on the ground to third. Good snag there by Mussini. Throw to first in time. Oh, great defense from the young Mussini at third base. And that gets Wes Johnston and the Guelph Royals out of the inning. But some damage done by the Maple Leafs. A grand slam by Jordan Castaldo, and the starting pitcher out of the game as well. So Battle of the Bullpens continues here at Dominico Field. Well, welcome back to Dominico Field, and Guelph Royals losing in this ball game by 3 runs, but we suspect that they have a chance to come back with just how well Guelph has done on the road this season. A 4-1 record. They've had some dominant wins where they scored 27 runs against the Kitchener Panthers. They got 13 against Chatham-Kent, and ultimately just dominating on the road when it comes to their runs scored, runs against category.
Yeah, they're by far the best road team to start the year in the IBL. I mean, you talk about the likes of, these other great teams, the Majors, the Baycats, the Welland Jackfish. The Welland Jackfish are 3-3 on the road to start the year. They are an average team at best, and we've seen that with their play here at Christie Pitts. What the Royals have done to start the year so far has been nothing short of brilliant. When you have all these long commutes and treks that not every player can come out for to every game. You look at Chatham-Kent, that's not an easy drive from Guelph. Welland's not an easy drive. Brantford's not great. None of these are super close outside of Kitchener, obviously, where they put up 27 runs.
Yeah, I would actually like to get down to Chatham-Kent and go to a game at some point there, but it's a heck of a commute to get down there.
Absolutely. It's the renovations they've made to Fergie Jenkins Field down there have been terrific. They've gotten a lot of support from the public down there and some funding. I just saw today, actually, that they sold out of their season ticket packages.
And they have some guys who nobody really knew about in the Intercounty Baseball League that are really good. I mean, Seth Strong is leading the Intercounty Baseball League in home runs right now. He is mashing over there in Chatham.
Where did he come from?
I don't know.
How come we haven't talked about Seth Strong? 7 home runs to start the year.
Yeah, most of them have elite prospects pages. They're all hockey players. They're 2-sport athletes.
Yeah. Well, I remember us having this discussion when Chatham-Kent came to play the Leafs the first time at Dominico Field here a couple weeks ago. They have some serious talent on that team. Aiden Ryan is one of the funnest starting pitchers in the league, in my opinion. Watching him pitch, he's been terrific. Their bullpen's been pretty good.
Brando LaRue smashes it on the ground. It gets by John Salazzo into the outfield. And a leadoff base hit for the Guelph Royals. So Max Lanoux is back on the mound for the Maple Leafs. He did give up back-to-back home runs in the second inning, but this is a good chance for him to have a redemption inning, but he is going to have to go through the top of the Guelph Royals order. That was Brando LaRue in the 1 spot, and this is the 2 spot with J.D. Williams at the plate.
If I'm Lanoux on the mound right now, I'm throwing nothing but heaters on the inside third of the plate to J.D. Williams. He ran into the fence in the center. He got shaken up a little bit. But throw it in on him. Make him, as he did right there, make him chase something on the inside part of the plate. Get him to roll over on a ground ball. Break his bat. Something in on the hands that can't be too comfortable for him right now coming off of that crashing into the center field fence. Get a double play ball.
Here's the 1-0 pitch. See if he comes inside again. And he does. He hits a high chopper to third. John Salazzo fields it in foul territory. So good call there. Looks like the game plan is to pound J.D. Williams inside. And this is a big game for the Guelph Royals if they can come back, because if they win, they're tied for second place in the Intercounty Baseball League with the London Majors. And there's no one else playing tonight. This is the only game going on in the IBL. So the window of opportunity is wide open for the Guelph Royals, who have played the least games in the IBL. That one's going to tip off the glove of Justin Mara. That's going to allow the runner Brando LaRue to get a free 90 feet, and now he's in scoring position. The double play is out of the question with J.D. Williams at the plate. In fact, speaking of this being the team that's played the least games in the Intercounty Baseball League, this actually is a rainout game as well that was rescheduled that we're playing today.
Even with the passed ball and the runner to second, I'd stay with it. Stay inside, a grounder to third, don't let the runner advance. We've seen it 3 straight pitches now. Almost got a ground ball to Salazzo 2 pitches ago.
Brando LaRue was dancing there at second base, and he caught the attention of Max Lanoux, who immediately looked back, and then he delivered that pitch high and outside, which we think might be deviating from the game plan. So now the count's 3-1 on Williams. Dangerous hitter here at the plate. The 3-1 pitch. Way inside, ball 4. J.D. Williams nearly got hit with that one as he heads down to first base. And now Max Lanoux has got himself into a bit of a jam here in the bottom of the 3rd inning.
And as soon as he threw that pitch, Julian Valdez has gone down to the Maple Leafs bullpen and is freshly pulled up high socks. It'll be a serious battle of the bullpens here. Which reliever can give each team some length?
Leader hits this one in the air, not very deep. Over is Marcus Connect. He fields it. He's got a great arm, and he hits the cutoff man, Jose Vinicio. And all hands will hold. And here comes Garrett Takamatsu, who hit a home run in his last at-bat and his first at-bat back here at Dominico Field.
You think Lanou's going to throw a first pitch curveball like he did last time?
Probably not.
He has so much power to every part of the ballpark.
Yeah.
That it's hard to say what an effective strategy is to get him to swing and miss at pitches. I mean, we saw it, the first 2 pitches to Takamatsu last time were great. They were not great swings from him, but
this time he drills it towards center field. It's hanging up there. Lucas Alberti makes the catch, and there's 2 away, and that was a loud out number 2.
I guess that's how you pitch to him.
Yeah.
You throw it anywhere near the strike zone, and you just pray that he doesn't demolish it. You could be any pitcher in the IBL, and that is one of the only strategies to facing a guy like Garrett Takamatsu.
That's the Bushman there down the left field line, and they are loving seeing Garrett Takamatsu lining out to center field. I think it is friendly banter coming from the Bushman down the line. I think they still do like Garrett Takamatsu deep down. Josh Garton gets into another one, and once again, it is gone. A 3-run home run by Josh Garton, and he has tied the ball game at 5. How about that? Another shout to the Bushman all the way around.
Another fastball, middle. Garton crushes it.
So is he out of the slump now?
I think he's out of the slump now. I think 2 fastballs, he's gonna hit those 100% of the time. He's coming out of it.
Well, Mark Nellis followed up the last Josh Garton home run with a ringing double that nearly got out. And so this time Max Lanoux throws him a breaking ball, but he misses outside.
A lot of hard hit contact even in this inning. The line out to Alberti in center. Fly ball to right, that wasn't nearly as hard hit to connect.
This time he pops it up. And Jose Vinicio is there. He makes the catch, and that will do it. Although the Guelph Royals get to Max Lanoux again, and they do it via the home run. A 3-run shot by Josh Garton, and we have a ball game. It's 5-5 here at Dominico Field. Oh, Jose Vinicio is going to lead things off once again for the Maple Leafs, this time in the bottom of the third inning. And Wes Johnston is back out there on the mound for the Guelph Royals. The Maple Leafs scored 5 in the bottom half of the second inning. And Wes Johnston is trying to settle things down. There's no one warming up in the Guelph Royals bullpen.
This is what I would call an ERA destroying game for both sides. We talked a lot about how the Leafs bullpen was coming into this on a very, very spectacular run over the last 6 games.
Wes Johnston is just 18 years of age. Plays with the Mississauga Tigers.
Yeah, they got a couple of their junior call-ups tonight that are high-performance Tigers. I believe Mark Nellis is as well. Correct me if I'm wrong.
This one's fouled off by Jose Vinicio. I don't think it's the same age group, but Lachlan Maud is also with the Mississauga Tigers. Here's the, obviously Lachlan Maud, catcher for the Maple Leafs. Here's the 2-1. Vinicio flares it towards left, but that one's going to hook into foul territory. And I was just chatting with a few people before the ball game, and everyone was talking about how it was all warm and sunny. And with these extreme heat temperatures, it also does pose risk for thunderstorm. And that, unfortunately, is starting to happen here at Dominico Field. There are some dark clouds looming on the horizon right now, and it hasn't cooled off. It's still pretty humid and warm, but it is not hot and sunny like it once was. This one in the dirt to Jose Vinicio.
Rain expected at 10, so just over an hour from now.
But if you check the forecast earlier on today, this was not in the cards. So don't think we're in the see who's leading after 5 innings kind of territory yet, but it's could be a factor within the time frame of this ball game as Jose Vinicio heads down to first base with a walk.
Well, with the length that these innings have been, a lot of offense, a lot of walks, and a lot of full counts, you know, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But you know, we were talking about this in between the first and the second inning on break, how we thought it might be a bit of a long night here tonight. It's certainly looking that way.
It's going to go past 10 p.m., that's for sure. Cole Murchison swings through the first pitch. He hit a ringing double down the left field line in his last at-bat, and then advanced, well, it wasn't a double. He advanced to second base on a throwing error by the Guelph Royals. It's the only error of the ball game committed by either of the two teams this afternoon.
Did you see what Jose Vinicio was doing just now?
No.
So Johnston threw the pitch, and Evan Ash behind the plate was about to throw the ball back to Johnston on the mound, but Vinicio wouldn't go back to first base. So he was tempting Ash to lob one back to Johnston in the hopes of an error or Vinicio to take off to second. But every time Ash would put his hand up to throw the ball back, Vinicio would take another jump step off first base. And he did that twice until he finally threw it back to Johnston on the mound. And
the 18-year-old Wes Johnston is saying, great, now I have to deal with this veteran playing mind games over there at first base. Just a side note as well, Cole Murchison is not using his own bats right now. He is still using Jose Vinicio's bat, and he used it in his first at-bat too. Our Vonacam operator pointed that out to me earlier in the game. So they're doing the old handoff.
It's all fun and games until
you break
Murchison
it.
shatters it. And then the invoice comes, and it isn't a cheap one.
Yeah. Here's the 2-1. Vinicio fakes like he's going and then goes back. And that one's strike 3 over the outside corner. So Cole Murchison goes down looking. And Murchison didn't think so.
No, that was a very mundane strike 3 call on Murchison, and he had a few words to say to the home plate ump. We've seen that a couple times. We saw that in J.D. Williams' first at-bat, the strikeout from Sam Green. He thought that pitch was outside, so we've seen it both ways on larger strike zone on the outside third of the plate.
Chopped foul at home plate by Charlie Towers. Wes Johnson has good stuff. He gets the fastball up to 90 miles an hour. That's his max. Towers behind in the count, 0-1. Wes Johnson, a long look in, and now that's gonna spark a partial mound visit. There is limited number of mound visits now in the IBL, but that did not count as one, I don't think.
Johnston yelled at him to stay there.
Bold move. Here's the 0-1.
I like that confidence out of the youngster.
It's fouled off by Charlie Towers, and admittedly Towers was out in front of that pitch.
He was. Was that Mike Messina that yelled at the Yankees manager a long time ago to stay in the game? He said, "Stay in the dugout."
I think there's been a couple pitchers who have done that.
There's been a couple, but that's the one that sticks in my mind. I think it was Mike Messina.
Up and away. You know who I think would do that if he had still been pitching for the Blue Jays this year is Alek Manoah.
Oh, absolutely.
Here's the 1-2 to Charlie Towers. Benicio still dancing at first base, and he goes. Towers hits it on the ground to first, and Josh Garton is going to let that roll into foul territory. He could have tried to make a difficult play to get Charlie Towers at first base, and probably would have, but Jose Benicio was dangerous as he was already at second base. So Benicio will get back to first. Charlie Towers back to the box, and Wes Johnston is it's still early in the bottom of the third, but he's doing a good job so far battling against these Maple Leafs hitters.
I'm still thinking about that. Ted Lilly did that once to John Gibbons.
Oh,
that
really?
was the end of Ted Lilly's time as a Toronto Blue Jay. They got into a shoving match at the Rogers Center. That was during John Gibbons' first time as manager of the ball club.
1-2 pitches low.
We both watch way too much baseball. We got to get out more.
Here's the 2-2. Benicio goes. Charlie Towers pops it up. Jose Benicio slams on the brakes and gets back, but it is in foul territory. And when I say slam on the brakes, I mean he came to a skidding halt halfway to second base and then got back.
I'd send him again right here. You know, Johnston we've seen obviously thinking about Benicio at first, trying to, show some length for the Guelph Royals here. Send Benicio again. Or rather, Benicio would send himself again. I'm sure he's the green light.
2-2. Benicio going, and it's down and in, ball 4. What an at-bat there from Charlie Towers as he works the walk. And Jose Benicio on the walk has a wide turn at third base just to provoke the Guelph Royals once again. So this is Lucas Alberti. He's the 9-hitter today, but he came up in a very similar situation in his last at-bat with 2 runners on base, and he did a fantastic job to work a walk and then set the table for Jordan Castaldo, hit the grand slam. That's 4 of the 5 runs that the Maple Leafs have scored today. So a mound visit here to chat with the young Wes Johnston. He's going to stay in the ball game, but this time the Guelph Royals are going to want to set down Lucas Alberti. That's the task ahead of Wes Johnston. If he's lucky, maybe he gets a sharply hit ground ball, but if nothing else, just make sure you have some options when Jordan Castaldo comes to the plate. Here's the first pitch to Alberti. And Alberti fouls it off. Lucas Alberti, Also plays travel ball in Ontario. He comes through the Ontario Blue Jays system. And Alberti pops this one up. It's playable at second base for Ohashi, and he's there. He makes the catch, and there's 2 away. Good job there by Wes Johnston, but now he's got to get through Jordan Castaldo.
Designated hitter number 5, Julian Valdez.
2 away, 2 on. Castaldo at the plate, hit a grand slam in his last at-bat, and he fouls the first pitch off. A lot of times you'll see Jordan Castaldo take the first pitch, as he's been known to draw a walk or 2 in his IBL career, but with the importance of those runs on base, taking a big hack at that first pitch, and the storm clouds are really starting to roll in here at Dominico Field. Castaldo takes a strike, and he's behind 0-2.
Yeah, there's an ominous presence forming over the rather beautiful pink sky sunset that we've been witnessing in the last 10 or so minutes here.
Yeah, the wind has shifted, now going from left to right. Now it's actually swirling around in center field. Things starting to cool off a little bit. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Castaldo hits it on the ground and up the middle into center field for a base hit. Jose Vinicio steaming around third base. He comes in to score, and the Maple Leafs have taken the lead. Jordan Castaldo comes through again.
Yeah, terrific piece of hitting there. Pushing it right back through the box up the middle, hard enough that Ohashi could make a play on it.
Number 9,
And you know, we were kind of joking about it earlier about who can hold a lead through 4.5, 5 innings here, but it's a legitimate concern for both teams that are fighting for wins. The Leafs are fighting to get back to the closer to the 500 mark. That if the rain comes and if it hits hard, you'll want to be up.
First pitch is in there for a strike to Justin Mara. So Jordan Castaldo has now driven in 5 runs here in his first 2 at-bats. Not what he was expecting when he put himself up in the leadoff spot, but Maple Leafs will take it.
Josh Garton on one side, Jordan Castaldo on the other.
Yeah, that's 2 IBL greats right there. This one's hit on the ground, foul down the right field line.
Garrett Takamatsu just tried to walk into the Leafs dugout and they locked the door on him. He was down the left field line, I'm sure, exchanging some friendly words with the Bushmen and some fans down there.
Huh.
He's having a great time.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Outside. Yeah, Garrett is walking back to the dugout now. You can kind of see him in the bottom of the frame. There he is. Justin Mara in a 2-2 count. And he takes low and outside with Wes Johnston walking off the mound. The count's now full.
The IBL is better when there's guys like Garrett Takamatsu in it. You know, the skill level, the friendliness, the humbleness.
3-2. Down and in, ball 4. The inning will continue. Bases are loaded with 2 away, and this is an interesting matchup with Marcus Connect coming to the plate, and runs right now are ever so important. I mentioned before, we're not in the see who's winning after 5 innings territory. We are now in that territory as things are getting real dark here at Dominico Field, and I can almost guarantee you that this game will not be completed through 9 innings.
Don't have too much optimism, Thomas.
I know a thing or two about weather.
Sure you do, weather boy.
Guess we'll see. first pitch ball to Marcus Connect. Bases loaded. Maple Leafs trying to tack on and then batten down the hatches before the storm. Connect takes outside, 2-0, and now in a hitter's count with Wes Johnston on the mound. And Marcus Connect has been swinging it well of late.
A balk. They called a balk.
And the Maple Leafs will take a 2-run lead, and there's still 2 in scoring position for Marcus Connect.
Johnston thought he stepped off the mound completely. The second base ump is saying that he bent over slightly, it looked like, before stepping off.
Yeah, whatever it was awfully subtle. And that's a big run for the Maple Leafs as there's 2 outs in the inning. Pitch to Connect. High chopper. This is going to be a tough play for Brando Leroy. Bobbles and he throws to first. Not in time. The Maple Leafs score again, and it's 8-5.
I'm not entirely sure that Brando LaRue would have had a play on Connect, even if he hadn't bobbled the ball there. I mean, it was such a high hop. We've seen a couple of those this game. Surprisingly high hops that were tough plays, and you look down in the Royals bullpen, Darren Shred is down there starting to toss. He's been one of the better pitchers, not only for the Guelph Royals this season, but in all of the IBL.
So John Salazzo at the plate, and he checks his swing on the first pitch, but it's called a strike. Here's another look at the balk. Salazzo hits one on the ground, fielded at second base by Ohashi, throws to first in time, but the Maple Leafs capitalize with 2 outs in the inning and now lead 8-5 over the Guelph Royals. We'll be right back. Well, the Guelph Royals have found a way to get to Max Lanoux over the last couple innings, but he will try and lock things down here in the 4th inning for his team, who has continued to pile on the runs here. We're just in the top of the 4th inning. It's already 8-5. Max Lanoux has third baseman Museni to deal with to start off, and he delivers down and away 1-1.
And if there's a time to find his groove, and I guess to the extent of 1 or 2 more innings at most, since we haven't seen him fully stretched out, you have the 7, 8, 9 guys coming up this inning. Now's as good a time as any just to settle down and get a 1, 2, 3 inning and let the offense go back to work.
Yeah, Museni takes low and now ahead in the count 2-1.
But I guarantee you that at this point in the night, nobody on the Leafs coaching staff or their players could give a damn how the last couple innings have went for Lanu. If he can show some length here until at least the rain hits, it's a massive win for them.
Museni hits it down the left field line, foul. Museni looking for his first IBL hit. Two. Upstairs. Count is full. And Museni fouls it off again. Museni actually does have a couple IBL hits under his belt. Still early in his Intercounty Baseball League career, though. He's played just 4 games this year for the Guelph Royals. 4 hits, 4 games. But would love to get on base to lead off the inning nevertheless. And that one just... Oh, that was strike 3 called. It was a kind of a subdued strike 3 call from the home plate umpire, but Max Lanu gets the strikeout, and Museni seemed to know it right away as he walked back to the dugout. So Max Lanu gets the first out of the inning. Brings up the catcher, Evan Ash. Here's the 1-0. Fouled off.
We have played 3 innings in just over an hour and a half.
Yeah. With
No
bad
place
weather.
I'd rather be.
Yeah. Bad weather is brewing, though, at Dominico Field. 2-1 the count now. And a stiff breeze is now blowing in from center field. Here's the 2-1 pitch. That one's way outside, 3-1.
And folks, for reference, if you've been to Dominico Field, you'll know this. There's not a lot of environmental protection for us when we sit at the top of the hill and call these games.
So the broadcast quality is going to go steeply downhill if the raindrops start to fall. Up and in, ball 4. So Evan Ash is going to reach first base with 1 away. And it's about to storm. If you look at out in center field, there's a huge gust of wind coming, and we know it. We just saw the dust on the Little League diamond in center field. It's like a spiraling effect out there. Ohashi, the second baseman at the plate, and he hits one into left field over his Ryan Dos Santos, and he's gonna watch this one bounce off the wall. He fields it quickly and gets it back into third base. Close play, dropped by John Salazzo. Wouldn't have been out anyways. And the Guelph Royals have 2 in scoring position, and they've turned things over back to the top of the order. It's Brando LaRue.
To say that we're holding the fort down up here would be an understatement.
Yeah, so this gust that we're getting hammered with right now, we saw it coming from the Little League diamond out in center field. And we're going to have to ditch the tent. We can't ditch the tent because it's going to rain. Well, I'm standing then.
If anybody's got a jacket,
No,
I love that.
I thought it was going to be warm and sunny. Oh, and we've lost our center field camera because it just came crashing off the stand. It's
Welcome to the IBL. We're trying to keep it together.
It is about to come down here at Dominico Field. This one's hit into the outfield, down for a base hit. Fielded on a hop by Ryan Dos Santos. He'll get it into the infield quickly. That's going to score a run for the Guelph Royals, and it's 8-6. And Sam Green's going to come to the mound now, and I think this could spark a pitching change. All the Maple Leafs have converged. Maybe just a chat.
Well, Valdez hasn't been throwing for very long down
Yeah.
there, so I think more than anything, this is going to be a long, extended chat on the mound just to give Valdez some time to warm up.
J.D. Williams is at the plate. And he is dangerous.
Yeah, he's had a heck of an interesting ball game so far. His first at-bat called out on strikes in Sam Green's first inning back, crashing into the outfield fence on defense. Near the top of the league in terms of home runs hit.
Center fielder number 8, J.D. Williams.
Has just a ton of power in that right-handed batter's box.
Yeah, 4 home runs on the season for Williams, and also riding a 4-game hit streak. Would love to extend it here to cash in a run. And Williams pops this one up. It looks playable. Max Lanoux is pointing at it. It's Cole Murchison who comes in for first base, and he gives way to Max Lanoux, who makes the catch. How about that? Max Lanoux just called off his first baseman from the mound, and that's out number 2.
And for as windy as it's been, and I'm sure it's worse down there than it is up here, that's a play where as a pitcher, the ball's coming closer back towards you if you're coming from the mound. Obviously, you want the first baseman to make most, if not all, those plays to ease the stress on the mound for the pitcher. But for Lanoux there, it was cutting right back towards him. It was the right call to make. That would have been a very tough play for Murchison, who had to run in from holding a runner on first, reading it in the sky the way it is, and dealing with the wind. Lanoux saw it all the way. A terrific play. Helped himself out.
Andy Leader at the dish. Runners at the corners. Max Lanoux trying to get out of it. And that one's blocked at home plate by Justin Mara. He'll keep everybody at their stations.
Lanoux thought he swung there. Kind of surprised he didn't. And looked like he did from up here too, but the appeal to first, he didn't go.
It has not been a great outing for Max Lanoux, but if he can get out of this and maintain the 2-run lead for the Maple Leafs, that would be massive, and obviously that's his focus right now. Top of the 4th inning, Lanoux. The pitch to Leader. That one's in there for a strike. 2-1. Andy Leader playing just his 2nd game with the Guelph Royals after playing his entire career with the Kitchener Panthers. Looking to drive one in with 2 away. Here's the 2-1 pitch from Max Lanoux. And that one is on the outside corner, strike 2.
Went back to the well with back-to-back off-speed pitches there. Both called strikes. And now he's 1 pitch away from getting out of this with the lead still intact, which would be an immense feat.
Leaf fans on their feet at the pits. The 2-2 pitch. Runner goes just inside, and now there's 2 in scoring position for the Guelph Royals, but Max Lanoux's focus remains at the plate with the 3-2 count. A big full count pitch coming from Lanu. 2 in scoring position. Can the Maple Leafs get out of the inning and maintain the lead? And it's inside, ball 4. Andy Leader heads down to first base. So admittedly not the worst case scenario for Max Lanu and the Maple Leafs, but it's not great when Garrett Takamatsu, who's smashed 2 balls already today, comes to the plate. And this might signal the end of the evening for Max Lanu with Julian Valdez, who looks hot down there in the bullpen.
Yeah, I mean, it's the right decision. Lanu struggled, obviously, this game, and you don't want to let him face, Takamatsu and then Josh Garton once again, both of which he's allowed home runs to. Have a new arm in there, a new look. Valdez throws harder. Righty on righty. It makes a lot of sense. You were going to bring Valdez into this game at one point or another anyways. You were not making it through a bullpen game without the likes of Valdez and Timochko going.
Your attention, please. A pitching change for your Maple Leafs. Now on the mound, number.
So a big out here for Julian Valdez if he can get it. Facing Garrett Takamatsu for his first test. And the first pitch, line to first base, snared by Cole Murchison. It only takes 1 pitch for Julian Valdez, and he preserves the lead. It's 8-6 Toronto.
Now batting the left fielder, number 8, Ryan
So welcome back to Christie Pitts here. We head to the bottom of the fourth inning. Ryan Dos Santos leads off for the Maple Leafs. Wes Johnston still out there on the mound. The wind has continued. The rain is ever so slightly starting to hit. And the first pitch to Ryan Dos Santos is a fastball right there. And it's 0-1. Another fastball fouled down the left field line into the trees, and it's quickly 0-2. Johnston, much like Lanoux, looking to provide some length for the Guelph Royals. Darren Shred was up warming last inning. He's down there once again now. 0-2 pitch taken outside for a ball, and it's 1-2. The Leafs still up by 2 after a one-pitch line-out from Julian Valdez last inning. Off the bat of Garrett Takamatsu. Here's the pitch. Fouled off right off the light post, back onto the field of play, and it remains 1-2.
So Wes Johnston, much like Max Lanoux, has got touched up a little bit, but these are important innings for both pitchers. Ryan Dos Santos behind in the count 1-2. And that one just misses outside.
Yeah, Johnston has missed with 2 straight curveballs this at bat. The fastballs have been in there, have been eating up Dos Santos.
Strike 3 called. Ryan Dos Santos thought he was going to be heading down to first base, instead back to the dugout, and that's out number 1.
And likewise with Jordan Castaldo finding himself much more comfortable at the top of the lineup, hitting leadoff for the Leafs. Jose Vinicio had a, well, not the best start to his season at the top of the order. Much why he's been bumped down to the 6-7 hole. He's been finding himself of late too, down near the bottom of the lineup. And honestly, at this point, the Leafs, with their offensive situation over the last 6 games improving so much, that I'd be surprised if they really want to deviate from that plan, even if Vinicio starts hitting.
Vinicio hits this one down the line, and that one's foul. Jose Vinicio behind to the count 0-2, and now Wes Johnston positioned himself pretty well to get through this inning. Ahead in the count 0-2 on Jose Vinicio, and Cole Murchison on deck, who made a nice snare on a hot shot to end the top of the 4th inning. Vinicio takes way inside 1-2. The 1-2 up and away, 2-2.
And for a game like this, it's only the 4th inning, but as we've seen on both sides, there's no such thing as too much offense. You cannot rely on your pitchers to get shutdown innings these games, or this game I should say.
Vinicio, a soft liner, caught by Ohashi at second base, 2 away.
And so if Wes Johnston is able to go 3 up, 3 down right here, settle himself down, settle down the Guelph Royals, both teams have had a plethora of men on base on both sides, pretty much every inning up till this point. A little bit of stability. It's just a 2-run ball game. Sure, it's just the 4th inning. It's a 2-run ball game. The Leafs overcame that like nothing in the 2nd inning.
That's what happens when you have the power to hit the home run ball, which both of these teams do. So does this guy at the plate in Cole Murchison. There's the 0-1 pitch. Murchison takes one low in the dirt. Counts now 1-1, and you can see off in the distance it is raining kind of over the lake in Toronto, but there's a glimmer of hope in the outfield with some bright sky, and Cole Murchison gets himself on base with a soft liner into the outfield.
Second baseman number 2, Charlie Towers.
And so much for a 3-up-3 down frame from West Johnston. A good pitch, the inside part of the plate to Cole Murchison, jams him, but not enough, and just that strong upper body strength of Cole Murchison that we've seen time and time again in college, and now here flaring it, pushing it over the infield.
Charlie Towers is off to a great start to the evening, has walked and had a base hit as well. That drove in a run, scored twice. Trying to keep the line moving here against West Johnston.
And if I had to take a guess with the way that Shred is warming up in the bullpen, I have a feeling if Johnston loses Towers here and Alberti comes up, I think they probably make the move to Darren Shred for a fresh arm.
This one's hit pretty well by Charlie Towers, but it's going to hang up in the outfield, and the catch is made by Andy Leader out there in right. So West Johnston gets through a relatively clean bottom of the fourth inning, and the Maple Leafs do not score but continue to lead 8-6.
Number 15, Josh Garton.
Well, to say Josh Garton has been dangerous in this game would be an understatement. 2 home runs in his first 2 at-bats, and not just 2 home runs. They've both been absolute nukes to right and right center field. So now he faces Julian Valdez. Here's the first pitch. And Garton, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
That is one of the best things I've seen.
That is pure comedy. He has a huge smile on his face. Here's the 0-1. And he swings and misses.
And as funny as it is, it's not a terrible idea. You push that ball hard up the third baseline, Samazo is nowhere near third base. If he gets that down and push it past Valdez spinning off the mound, that's a base hit.
Still smiling at home plate. And he hits it on the ground hard. Charlie Towers a dive. He snares it. He throws to first. It's high and just a bit late. And Josh Garton does exactly what a bunt would have done. He gets himself an infield single.
A terrific play right there from Charlie Towers. As he got up, I don't think he had complete control of it. He paused for a second and tried to, grab the ball out of his glove, and that's why he couldn't get the throw off right away. But a terrific play nonetheless.
How did this guy
Towers.
have 1 hit in 5 games coming into today's game?
Well, he wasn't hitting at Dominico Field.
Yeah, must be
we
it.
talked about that. Unfortunately for us.
Is point streak just wrong?
No. He took it personally. He heard us talking before the game, and he took it personally.
Mark Nellis swings through the first pitch.
I'm one for my last what? Watch this. 2 bombs and legs out a single.
Here's the 0-1. Way inside, 1-1.
Junior Valdez is one of those guys who we haven't talked a lot about recently, how good he's been, how good he's bounced back after a tough start to the year. His last 3 or 4 outings have been pretty damn good on the bump for the Leafs.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swinging a high chopper. This one's a short. Vinicio plays to second for 1, on to first, not in time. But they do get the lead runner in Josh Garton, so now there's 1 away. Just a by the way, Josh Garton's career high in home runs in the Intercounty Baseball League is 9. And he's now at 7, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Baseman number 16, Keon Rosini.
Former Major
He's
League
now at 7, yep.
Yeah, former Major League Baseball draft pick of the Cincinnati Reds in the 12th round back in 2009. Has had some great years in the Intercounty Baseball League. Was in the Cincinnati Reds organization from 2009 to 2011, and then had a great year in 2018, which was the best of his career. He hit .346 in the IBL. 1 away for Massini. And that one's low. Valdez falls behind, 2-0.
I imagine that the next man up after Junior Valdez is likely Julian Valdez, who's been just an innings, well, rather an appearances machine out of the bullpen for the Maple Leafs. He leads the league in appearances in the IBL this season at 9.
Massini slashes this one to left and into the Maple Leafs bullpen.
And Massini heard that, so he decided to hit a ball right at Julian Valdez.
Right.
But Valdez has been a very important part in the turnaround that we talked about earlier. The Leafs bullpen the last little 6-game stretch or so. Tamachko as well, Richardson, all these guys.
The 2-1. This time he straightens it out and hits it into left field. Ryan Dos Santos plays it on a hop. And there's 2 on with 1 out for the Guelph Royals.
Catcher number 23.
Julian Valdez came into this outing with an ERA of 3.60 in 5 games. Has really done a good job limiting the walks over the last couple games as well. Didn't walk any in his 2-inning outing last time, which was also against the Guelph Royals. That was back on June 8th, so he hasn't pitched in a while. And that one bounces in the dirt out in front of Justin Mara. The lead runner will advance to third base, but that's all. So makes it a little bit easier to score.
Ash is a good double play possibility, as there is any on the Guelph Royals. Ground ball right up the middle here to Towers or Vinicio. Get him out of the inning.
The 1-0 in there for a strike, 1-1. Yeah, Evan Ash doesn't have great speed.
Catchers everywhere sigh when they hear that comment.
Yeah, he actually has, he's decent speed for a catcher. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
I'm sure if you ask Lachlan Mott or Justin Mara or any of them on the Leafs, do you think you're a quick guy? Do you think you're a base stealer? I'm sure they'd all laugh and say yes, but
Yeah,
deep
well,
down.
Justin Mara has pretty good speed. Here's the 1-2. Runner from first goes, fake throw down by Justin Mara, and he won't get it out of his hands, so now 2 in scoring position for Ash. Justin Mara will typically steal a couple bases a year, especially early in his career. Had some pretty good numbers.
Yeah, especially in the IBL, you don't have to be super quick. You just have to be a really good base runner.
Good base
Read
runner,
pitchers.
He's
And
actually had 2 delayed steals this season.
Yes,
Justin
yes,
Mara.
that's a very good point.
So here's the 2-2 pitch from Valdez. And it's chopped foul at home plate.
And I mean, as a catcher, I'd imagine it's slightly, I wouldn't say easier, but you know so much about pitch calling and pitch selection and the strategy behind it that if you get on base, you get to first base, you can try and think alongside the opposing team's pitcher on the mound, get in his head a little bit. Well, if I'm behind the plate, I'm calling this, and I know he's been a fastball guy, and he's going to throw that there and when.
The 2-2. Swing and a miss, but it gets away from the catcher, Justin Mara. Throw home in time. Oh, how about that? The runner, I believe, did he not swing and miss at that pitch?
He did. He swung and missed. The ball went off the glove of Justin Mara. It was a high and outside fastball. Dina Romel's going to ask about it, but that is, you talk about baseball IQ right there. Justin Mara knew who was running, and he knew how much time he would have to throw to first base, and he wasn't going to make that throw. If he had thrown to first base, it would have been safe and the run would have scored. A perfect twist and throw to Valdez, who also covered perfectly right there. All around a very heads-up play, and it keeps the Leafs lead at 2 runs.
It looked for a second like they were calling that a foul ball, but either way, it's a big out. The Maple Leafs will take the run at home plate. That is for sure. So they still lead by 2 miraculously. It's Ohashi, the second baseman, who's at the plate.
And we've seen it a number of times throughout the last 2 seasons. Pitchers either forget or give up on a play and don't cover the plate. To his credit, that ball went off of Mara's glove. Valdez gunned it to home plate, and a perfect swipe tag. Great all-around play from the battery right there.
Check swing, throw back to third, and Justin Mara got him.
Have a day, Justin Mara behind the plate. And look at that. 2 in a row.
Justin Mara single-handedly gets Julian Valdez out of the inning, and can you believe it? The Maple Leafs get in a ton of trouble, but they hold the lead. It's by 2, and they lead 8-6. So a new pitcher into the game for the Guelph Royals is Yomar Concepcion. And that pitch is down and away, ball 1. Or no, it was a strike. Lucas Alberti is at the plate. Alberti, the number 9 hitter, and then it turns back to the top of the order with Jordan Castaldo and Justin Mara for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Up and away, 2-1.
It's worth mentioning, just on our side of things, you know, oftentimes there's junior call-ups for teams, and there's a lot of haste in writing lineup cards. The roster, that one's fouled away. The roster sheet that we were given had number 25 as Darren Shred, so I'll take the heat for that one, because for the last 2 innings I've been saying, oh, there's Darren Shred warming up in the bullpen, because I saw 25 and 25.
Yeah, they announced it in the ballpark incorrectly, but I think they've got it sorted out.
They have. It's Yomar out there. We've seen him a bunch. Apologies to Darren Shred.
So Yomar Concepcion comes into this outing with an ERA of 4.90, but he's only pitched in 3 games for Guelph this season. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Alberti, and what a job by Lucas Alberti as he fouls off an outside fastball.
Yeah, we've seen Concepcion pitch quite a bit over the last couple seasons against the Toronto Maple Leafs. We saw him in the playoffs last year when Toronto defeated the Guelph Royals.
Here's the 3-2 pitch, and Alberti pops it up. This one's on the infield for Ohashi, and he gives way to Andy Leader. The 2 new teammates collide, but Andy Leader does make the catch, and there's 1 away.
Yeah, that ball just, an elevator shaft shot of a pop-up, just kept floating behind Ohashi at second. Leader came coming in. It was the right play. You get called off by an outfielder. It's the right play there, but that ball just kept carrying, and the wind, which has died down a little bit, took that ball. Good thing nobody was hurt, because Leader ran in a long way.
Yeah. So Yomar Concepcion might be tasked with trying to finish the rest of this game, or at least pitch multiple innings here for the Guelph Royals. In the past, he has had games where he started where he's gone over 7 innings. Here's the pitch to Castaldo. That one's outside.
Yeah, he started a bunch. I think of him as a starting pitcher. This season he's come out of the bullpen a lot, and I mean the Guelph Royals have had some really good starting pitching.
Yeah.
Evan Grills, Jacob Cush, Hector Jan has started a bunch of games for them, and they haven't really had the necessity to have Yomar Concepcion come out and start games. But he's a starter. He's shown his length in years past, and with the bullpen the way it is for the Royals, the amount of games where they've played recently, who they have at the game tonight.
That pitch is on the outside corner for a strike. So with the grand slam home run that Jordan Castaldo hit earlier in the game, he has extended his on-base streak to 49 consecutive games. That pitch in there for a strike as well. Jordan Castaldo had to step back from that pitch, so we thought it was going to be a ball, but now the count has run full.
Isn't that insane? 49 games.
Yeah.
Like dating back to last season.
Some
That's
of those
nuts.
some of them are playoff games too.
Yeah, it's nuts.
3-2 the count. Inside ball 4. You'd think that playing a 5-game series against Welland would end that streak, but Jordan Castaldo finds a way, and he finds a way to first base this time. So he's on base for his catcher, Justin Mara. Would come back into this game. Julian Valdez has also started some games for the Maple Leafs.
He has. He started a lot of games in his pro career too in the Blue Jays organization.
Yeah.
He's shown his length. He was primarily a starter last season until later on they transitioned him into the pen, and then this year he's been only out of the pen.
Mara takes a strike on the inner half.
The Toronto Maple Leafs, I saw this today because I was looking into it. They have the most starting pitchers of any team in the IBL this season. So what I mean by that is they have the most guys who've started games. You know, you look at Guelph. Predominantly in Guelph's case, it's been Jacob Cush, Hector Jan.
In the Brantford Red Sox
And the
case,
Brantford
they've
Red
only
Sox.
pitched 2 different starting
Yes,
pitchers.
Isaiah Ramos. You know, and I mean, a lot of teams have condensed their starting staff. Marek Deska started games. Alvarado, Dean Christides started a game. Sam Green started games. You know, Hodges. The list goes on.
Mara hits it sharply on the ground. That one gets through Josh Garton into the outfield for a base hit. So Justin Mara is on first base, and that brings up Marcus Connect with a couple ducks on the pond.
And just to finish on that point, you know, we've talked about it a bunch, the imminent arrival of Dan Procopio back to this team. Procopio is a starter on this squad. So eventually you're going to have to condense, and obviously Dean Christides is not going to start many games. Marek Deska is not going to start many games. But even then, you have 4 or 5 regular starting pitchers, and you'd have to think at some point, I mean, we saw Sam Green go to the bullpen at the end of last year, although he's been a starter primarily during his time with the Maple Leafs.
Sam Green will be in the bullpen likely for the rest of this year.
They have a plethora of starting pitching that they will have to make decisions on in the near future.
Marcus Connect takes ball 1 from Yomar Concepcion.
Angel Castro. Can't believe I forgot that name after his start last game against Brantford. They got a lot.
Big swing and a miss by Marcus Connect. Last outing for Yomar Concepcion did not go his way when an inning and 2/3 gave up 5 runs, but only 2 of them were earned. So it's kept the ERA in check early in the season. Here's the 1-1 to Connect, and he swings and misses on a pitch that was on the outer half from Yomar Concepcion. And Marcus Connect hasn't seen the last 2 pitches very well out of the hand of Concepcion. Maybe an opportunity here with the count at 1-2 for the Guelph Royals to get a big out.
Yeah, if I'm Concepcion on the mound right now, high fastball. Try and blow it by him. It's a pitcher's count.
And they go with the breaking ball in the outer half, and Marcus Connect swung right through it. 2 away.
Third baseman, number 17, Jonathan Salazzo.
John Salazzo steps to the plate for the Maple Leafs, and his last at-bat smashed a ball that he thought was a home run, but ended up banging up against the wall in the outfield. 2 away. Salazzo trying to get some insurance runs here for the Maple Leafs. And he hits it down the line hard, but foul to the left. I've also noticed that the Maple Leafs volunteer staff is also in get ready for the storm mode because all the banners in the outfield are down as well.
That's what it's missing. It looked very bland all of a sudden.
Yeah, well, I remember J.D. Williams banging into that banner out in center field, and I was like, oh, hold on. It's just a fence now. They were expecting a storm, and there still is ominous clouds on the horizon, but the storm that we were talking about and holding down our tent and our equipment was blowing over, that just missed. It was kind of over the lake, and it just missed Christie Pitts. The 2-0. Down and in. Ball 1.
What did you say? That it was a 100% chance we were going to get rain today?
Well, we did. It just didn't hit us. It's about 2 kilometers away. Here's the 1-2. And that one just misses outside. John Salazzo has worked the count back to even. Salazzo is 1 for 3 with an RBI in this game.
4th at bat in the 5th inning. It's one of those days at the ballpark.
The 2-2. And Salazzo chops one to toward third base. Step on third for the out. Smart play there by Keon Mussini, who has made some good plays in this ballgame this time. All he has to do is step on third base and get the Maple Leafs out of the inning. They threaten again. But once again, the Guelph Royals have shut down Toronto for the second consecutive inning. We'll be right back here from Dominico Field. The top of the 6th inning, and after we were seeing crooked numbers all over the place being put up on the scoreboard, things have started to settle down here in the 6th. Both teams scoreless in the 5th. First and 5th inning are the only innings that one of these teams hasn't scored in. Guelph Royals have 6 runs on 10 hits. The Maple Leafs 8 runs on 8 hits. Julian Valdez back on the mound. And the first pitch to Ahashi is in there for a strike. Yomar Concepcion came into the game in the 5th, got himself into a bit of trouble, but was able to work around it. And this has been a bullpen game for both of these teams. Depth will be tested here on this Wednesday evening in Toronto. The 1-1 pitch to Ahashi. And he hits it on the ground. Big hop for Jose Vinicio, and there was nothing he could do. That one went right over his head. And Ahashi is going to get a Christie Pitts single to lead off the top of the 6th.
Shortstop number 5.
That is just a bummer. Like for everybody, for Vinicio, for Valdez, for us up here watching. It looked like it would have been a perfect hop right to his chest. It hits the lip. We've seen it happen numerous times over a number of years. Very unfortunate play.
Brando LaRue breaks his bat on a foul ball, and that one goes into foul territory.
Yeah, that's a costly strike right there.
Ahashi will take it, though. He went 0 for 3 in Guelph's last game that they dominated over Brantford Red Sox 9-1. Was riding a 3-game hit streak before that, so he's back on the board here. Julian Valdez waiting for Brando LaRue to go get a new piece of lumber, and now he steps in. Here's the 0-1. That's a strike.
Nope.
Nope. I'll be honest, this home plate umpire does not have very emphatic
it is hard to tell.
Strikeout calls. So that was a ball. The count is 1-1. This one's lined into the outfield, down for a base hit. It's going to roll all the way to the wall, collected right where the warning track would be by Ryan Dos Santos, and it's going to be a double for Brando LaRue. And the Guelph Royals threaten here in the top of the 6th. They have 2 on with nobody out, and the number 2 hitter, J.D. Williams, coming to the plate.
Well, nobody thought it'd be easy with the way this game has been going. But they'll at least find themselves once again in a very precarious position here. 2 on, both in scoring position, nobody out. You got the meat of a deep Guelph order coming up. Valdez is going to have to work some magic. We've seen it before.
Well, Justin Mara helped Julian Valdez get out of the inning by throwing a runner out at home plate on a wild pitch and then picking a runner off, back-picking a runner off at third base. Now that one's fouled off the equipment of Justin Mara. But I don't think you're going to back-pick the lead runner at third base this time.
And Ohashi's too quick. You know, and the Royals are a smart team. At this point in the game, the 6th inning, nobody out. You're not going to want to be overtly aggressive at third base. Not when a ground ball, 2 ground balls can easily score you runs.
The Maple Leafs are also very willing to concede 1 run and exchange it for an out here. In fact, Charlie Towers has played so far back, he's touching the grass at second base. Swing and a miss, strike 2. J.D. Williams falls behind in the count. Maple Leafs infield not even close to playing in.
No, and I mean, you got to trust your offense, right? At this point in the game, you've seen what they've done. Yeah, they've been shut down the last 6 outs, but you got to trust your defense, one, to knock it down, and then your offense to get back on the bats if things go sideways.
The 1-2 to Williams. And he hits it in the air. This one struck pretty well, and it's going to one-hop the wall in the outfield. This is going to score a couple runs and tie the ball game for the Guelph Royals. It's an RBI double for J.D. Williams, and we're back to square at 8-8.
Now, following up on the last point I made, that doesn't mean you want to throw a fastball right down the middle, but, you know, it happens. And we've talked about it time and time again, the depth of this Guelph Royals lineup. You know, you deal with Brandon LaRue right off the top, and then, oh, here comes J.D. Williams. He has a ton of power. Oh, Andy Leader they just traded for, and now he's hitting third. Takamatsu, Garton, it doesn't really end. There's no easy out.
Yeah, the Maple Leafs are still very much in the weeds as they face Andy Leader, Garrett Takamatsu, and if it gets that far, Josh Garton.
Yeah, this should be fun.
And then Mark Nellis is on deck, and he's been great as well. Here's the 0-1 after Garton, I should say. That pitch well outside, now 1-1.
And I mean, we've seen it already in the couple outs that Valdez has gotten. He has such a hard fastball that when he locates it, it's near unhittable. It's just that when it's not located, people take it for a ride. But we've seen it. He's been very, very good as of late.
The 1-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Julian Valdez has been reaching back for a little extra on these last couple pitches. Doesn't usually fall off the mound quite that much, or he's not like verbally grunting, but you can tell he's gritting his teeth a bit as he comes to home plate. So here's the 1-2 pitch. And he reaches back for a little extra again, and it will get the strikeout. Strike 3 called on Andy Leader.
And his stuff will play. I mean, we've talked about it for, 2 years now? The fastball velocity mixed with the command and control, when it's good, of his slider, his off-speed pitches, it's a very good selection of pitches. I mean, there's a reason that he made it up to New Hampshire in the Blue Jays organization. The stuff is there. It's the consistency of always throwing it where you want to throw it. But when he is on, he is on.
Garrett Takamatsu takes high, ball 1. Oh, Garrett Takamatsu has had a ton of experience with the Maple Leafs, but in between playing for the Maple Leafs, he impressed so much in his first couple of years in the IBL. He got a shot with the Quebec Capitals in the Frontier League. This one's way up and in. Ball 2 on Garrett Takamatsu. And if it wasn't for an injury last season with Quebec in the Frontier League, there's a good chance that Garrett Takamatsu would not be wouldn't have played for the Maple Leafs last season. They were very lucky to get him back. And also, he might still be in the Frontier League if it wasn't for that injury as well. Here's the pitch to Tak. And he swings through it for the first strike. Here's the 2-1. Takamatsu breaks his bat and fouls it off down the left side. And unfortunately for Garrett Takamatsu, that's a bat that hit him a home run back in the first inning.
Junior Valdez is costing the Guelph Royals some cash here. 2 broken bats in the inning.
They're both foul balls too.
Yeah.
They didn't die a hero. Remember, there was John Salazzo was on a hot streak last season and broke his bat, and I don't remember what he did, but he hit a couple home runs with it or something. It was playing great, and then he broke it, and that was an emotional moment for him last year. He also kind of lost his hot streak too when he broke that bat, if I remember correctly, last year as well. Ended up changing the walk-up song and everything. Here's the 2-2. Inside, full count. Garrett Takamatsu battling here against Julian Valdez, who looks like he is feeling pretty good on the mound, but now he's going to have to deliver a strike to a tough hitter in Takamatsu, because you don't want too many runners on when Josh Garton comes to the plate. The full count pitch. Way upstairs, ball 4. So, Julian Valdez will have to deal with Josh Garton. He gave up an infield single to him after Josh Garton tried to bunt down to third base in his last at-bat. Don't think the bunt is in play this time, though, for Garton.
And it's worth noting, I mean, we talked about it earlier, we're handed roster and lineup sheets all the time. In terms of the Leafs bullpen, I believe it is just Julian.
So Mark Nellis at the plate now, and the runner Garton takes second base there as well. John Salazzo and Garrett Takamatsu are sharing a lighthearted moment down there at third base. Here's the 1-0, 2 in scoring position for Nellis. And he hits it up the middle. That one bounces into center field. That will score Garrett Takamatsu. Josh Garton had to hold to make sure that ball wasn't caught, so he's on third base, and the Guelph Royals now lead 10-8.
And we made note of it at the time, that chopper to Vinicio to begin the inning that bounced right off the lip and right over his head, and there's nothing anybody could do about it. How many times have we seen that in our lives where a Christie Pitts hop spirals an inning for one team or the other? You get that out, it's a completely different inning. And unfortunately, it's just the way it goes sometimes. But the Leafs, with a depleted bullpen and things spiraling here, I mean, you can only leave Valdez out there for so long. He's thrown a bunch of pitches this inning, and clearly he's been very, very good as of late. But
yeah, and then there's the call at third base that doesn't go the way of the Maple Leafs, and a lot of people thought that was out, and from up here, obviously, it looked like he was out by a bit, but we don't have the best vantage point on it.
Third baseman number 16.
Garrett Takamatsu, I don't think, thought the throw was coming into third base. He didn't slide or anything like that. Takamatsu also has had some injury problems in his lower body, so maybe he's not a big fan of sliding anymore, but it's definitely a close play at third base, and the Maple Leafs are going to have to battle through with some adversity now. They've been leading or tied all game, but now the Guelph Royals have stormed back.
And we were talking just a couple batters ago when the Leafs, we noted, didn't bring their infield in, and I said, well, you got to trust their offense. You got to trust the defense, but then you got to trust the bats. Well, you trusted the defense, and that didn't go so well for you. So now you got to get back on the bats after this. And to their credit, for a lot of this game, they've been putting up really good at-bats.
The 2-0 hit on the ground sharply. Jose Vinicio flips to second for one. On to first, a stretch, and they got him. Cole Murchison with the big stretch to get the Maple Leafs out of the inning in a game that's been filled with offense. How big will that play be when it's all said and done? We'll be right back here from Dominico Field. Yomar Concepcion back on the mound for the Guelph Royals, and he has been the first pitcher in this game to find the answer to the bats of the Maple Leafs. Ryan Dos Santos is going to be his first test. Yomar Concepcion last pitch on June 15th against Welland, and it wasn't a great outing, but so far this has been a bounce back performance in this one for the Royals. Dos Santos squares to bunt and takes a strike on the outer half. The Maple Leafs have also had a lot of success against Yomar Concepcion in his career, especially in the playoffs. In the 2023 campaign, Concepcion a pause, and then he delivers outside for a ball. Counts now 1-1.
Yeah, and he did a good job last inning shutting down the Leafs. You know, we've talked about their offense is prolific in bunches. Once a couple start finding grass, and a lot of them find grass. When somebody starts putting up good ABs, a lot of them start putting up ABs.
Dos Santos fouls one off. In fact, when the Maple Leafs won the series against the Guelph Royals, it's on a 6-5 victory, and Yomar Concepcion was the one who gave up the runs late in the ballgame in the 8th. So, if ever there was a redemption outing, this is it right here for Yomar Concepcion.
Yeah, and the Royals are obviously expecting him to go deep. Neither team has a lot of depth in the bullpen. We've gone over this before. But they need length out of him, and kind of like Max Lanoux on the Leafs, although to a lesser extent, Concepcion has been stretched out a lot more.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Yomar Concepcion fans Ryan Dos Santos.
Shortstop, number 1, Jose.
Now Jose Vinicio will step to the plate. Jose Vinicio with professional experience playing in the Red Sox, the Chicago White Sox, and the Arizona Diamondbacks organization. All as an infielder, most of them as a shortstop. And Vinicio is someone the Maple Leafs expect a lot from, occupying one of those import spots here on the team and starting to slowly turn it around of late with the Leafs. The 0-1 low and in the dirt. Vinicio takes up and away. Ball 2, counts now 2-1. Coming into the game against the Brantford Red Sox last time out, Jose Vinicio was riding a 5-game hitting streak. Went 0 for 3 against Brantford. And takes a strike, and Jose Vinicio points to the outside corner, trying to signal to the home plate umpire that that pitch was outside, but to his chagrin, the count now 2-2.
Yeah, there have been some rumblings coming out of the Leafs dugout the last couple innings with balls and strikes and outs in general.
Vinicio fouls one back just to the left of the broadcast booth.
I mean, in a game like this, when it's so back and forth, you know, a little bit of displeasure is palpable. You know, one thing expands into another thing, and, you know, the ground ball that went over Vinicio's head, the call at third, the balls and strikes have been inconsistent this game for both sides, but you can sense it mounting.
Vinicio smashes one up the middle for a base hit. And speed is aboard, and Jose Vinicio has also been a menace on the base path today against the Guelph Royals, so we expect that he'll be up to his same old antics, although this time he's got a more veteran pitcher in Yomar Concepcion on the mound. Guelph Royals leading by 2. It has been an up and down game. Guelph scored 2 in the second, 3 in the third, 1 in the fourth, and 2 in the sixth.
This would be a good time for Murchison's first career IBL home run. Power pitcher, power lefty.
It's a high chopper to his counterpart at first base, and Josh Garton, who intentionally misses the ball. Don't know why, but he did.
Well, Garton likes to have fun.
Yeah, he did. That was hilarious. Just squaring the bunt.
I'm telling you, if he got that down and he pushed it, it was not a bad move. Salaza was so far off of third base.
The 1-0. Wouldn't you just want to ride the hot hand, though? Like, If I hit back-to-back home runs, the last thing I want to do is start joking around at home plate.
Well, I mean, hasn't anybody ever said that, you know, as soon as you start thinking you're going to hit a home run, you don't?
Yeah, and that's interesting. That's actually interesting you bring that up, too, because Josh Garton seems to thrive on his kind of laid-back nature. The 0-2 pitch to Cole Murchison is up and away. 1-2 the count. Lefty Murchison facing the right-handed hitter, or the right-handed pitcher in Yomar Concepcion.
Well, he's probably a righty batter too, so I think you're right in any case.
On the ground to first, this could be two. Josh Garton throws to second for one. On to first. Garton was off the bag, and he's safe at first base. The throw is in time, but it was a tough play for Josh Garton to both throw it and then backpedal into first base, and he just couldn't find the bag.
And if his foot was on the bag there, it would have been a double play. Murchison didn't beat that out so much as it was just his foot off the bag. If he was about 5 or 6 inches close to the bag and on it, that would have been a double play. So that's why you gun it down the first baseline, kiddies, because you never know what's going to happen. Heck of a play from Garton to eat that up. We've seen those hops get a little bit wonky down there. A missile of a throw to second. Now there's 2 out.
With Charlie Towers at the plate, he takes strike one.
And this is where I say, wouldn't it be a good time for Charlie Towers to hit his first career IBL home run?
Yeah, Charlie Towers isn't known for having a lot of power, but he has had quite a good day today. Walked, scored twice, and he's got himself a base hit as well. Lucas Alberti on deck. The 1-1 pitch. Lined right to the shortstop, Brando LaRue, who makes the catch. Boy, Yomar Concepcion is rolling here for the Guelph Royals. He's holding on to what's now a 2-run lead for Guelph. It's 10-8, and we'll be right back. Pitches here, the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike three.
Try to produce some runs and try to produce some good offense.
Swing and a miss, strike three. Angel Castro starts out well for the Toronto Maple Leafs. And Jesse Hodges in right. Swing and a miss, strike three. Third strikeout for Angel Castro. Struck out 17 times and just over 60 at-bats. Now he hits it on the ground. Jose Vinicio backhands it. This is going to have to be a heck of a play to first, and he got him. Green, but 19-year-old's gold, so go ahead and do the math.
Oh, don't make me do that.
It's after 2000.
Thanks.
Swing and a miss, strike three. 5 for Angel Castro. So one away for Angel Castro. He faces Torrenson, who pops it up. Dan Mara there makes the catch. 2 away. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. Angel Castro got Roger Keane there on a breaking ball.
Big cut and a swing. Strike three. Another strikeout. Pitch by Castro. Outer half corner. He's hopping off the mound for another strikeout. Have yourself a day.
Well, what you just saw there was Angel Castro's start last time out against the Brantford Red Sox, and there's a lot of runs for the Maple Leafs in that game, and they're going to need that same total to beat the Guelph Royals again today. They need 11. Guelph Royals up 10-8, and it's Evan Ash leading things off. Takes first pitch ball. Julian Valdez still on the mound for the Maple Leafs.
I mean, ultimately, you need innings one way or another, right? Like, not to state the obvious, but you're still in this game. It's a very tight game, but regardless, you're going to have to find guys to get through the ninth inning, one way or the other, win or lose. So you need length out of someone.
Well, Julian Valdez, despite giving up some runs in this outing, has actually kind of kept the pitch count intact. That was pitch number 47 that just got fouled off. Valdez has worked through 2 1/3 innings so far, but has given up 4 runs on 7 hits. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Ideally, the Maple Leafs probably don't want to be bringing in Julian Valdez to pitch 3 or 4 innings of relief. He's been more of a short relief guy in his career, like 1 or 2 innings, but it's a necessity today with both teams being shorthanded. The 2-2 on a line, Vinicio catches it in the air, and that is out number 1. So Evan Ash retired.
Number 24, Ryusuke Ohashi.
And now it's the number 9 hitter, and Ryusuke Ohashi. Ohashi, with his 2 hits today, has raised his batting average to over 300 at 306. He's 2 for 3 with a run scored out of the 9 spot. And obviously that doesn't get recognized as much today because there's powerful bats at the top of the lineup, but Ohashi continues to be successful here against Maple Leafs pitching. That's his 3rd hit of the day, and it brings up Brando LaRue, who already has 4 hits today.
And we talked about it right off the top, how good Guelph has been on the road this season, 4-1, and their one loss was to Welland, 7-3, but this is the type of game that they have to play consistently throughout the year at home and on the road. You know, we've been talking about they've been slumping a little bit, and so Garton goes, so do the Guelph Royals. We've seen it today with the power Josh Garton has and how he's gotten back into the swing of things, found a comfortable swing for him again. If they win this game, they'll obviously go to 5-1, and it's been a very, very dominant team on the road so far this season.
1-0 to LaRue. Way inside. Actually, that one hit him. Julian Valdez hits Brando LaRue, and well, we've said this before today, but the Maple Leafs are in trouble again with the heart of the Guelph Royals order coming up, and once again, it's J.D. Williams.
Center fielder number 8, J.D. Williams.
J.D. Williams only has 1 hit today, but it drove in 2 runs. He's walked, scored twice, and struck out once. Got the batting average at .326 this season.
Adam Mara begins to throw down in the Leafs bullpen.
This one's popped up in play on the infield. Cole Murchison gives way to Charlie Towers, who comes over and makes the catch. 2 away. And that'll bring up Andy Leader. Andy Leader is one of just 2 Guelph Royals in the game today that hasn't got a hit yet. So this is the batter that Valdez wants to get, with Takamatsu and Garton looming on deck. Marcus Connect thought that, or Garrett Takamatsu, sorry, Thought he probably would never get the kind of protection that he got in the lineup after being the 3-hitter or the 2-hitter for the Maple Leafs with the guys like John Salazzo and Marcus Connect and Justin Mara that would hit behind him. But he found it. Josh Garton.
He did. He absolutely did. Jordan Castaldo, throw him in there too with the Leafs.
Yeah.
Back when he was hitting 3-4.
Yeah, which was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, that is true as well.
He's been hitting the 2 spot a bit this year as well. Here's the pitch to Andy Leader. It's a 1-1 count. And Leader chops it foul. And this is a big pitch coming up here for Julian Valdez. The Guelph Royals are leading by 2. It's a game that feels like the floodgates are wide open in terms of offense. And Julian Valdez, although he's given up some runs in this outing, needs to shut down the Royals right here. Does not want to get to Takamatsu and Garton. So the 1-2 pitch to Andy Leader. And he just missed inside. Ohashi was going down to third base, so he steals third. And that one just missed. And some more oohing and awing from the Maple Leafs faithful.
Charlie Towers couldn't believe it. He had a great look at it as he was running to cover second, thinking that it might have been a double steal, and he put his hands up on his head, being like, where was that pitch?
So the 2-2. Runner from second goes. It's hit on the ground. Jose Vinicio has it take an awful hop on him at the last moment, and all hands are safe. The Guelph Royals score with Ohashi coming home, and it's 11-8. Well, there have been some tough hops at shortstop. The first one, Jose Vinicio had no chance. That one, the Maple Leafs needed Jose Vinicio to make a great play, and it just didn't come to fruition. So the lineup will get to Garrett Takamatsu and Josh Garton potentially. And Valdez has to refocus here in trying to get one of the hotter hitters in the IBL right now. That pitch to Takamatsu is up and in.
We've been talking about it for the Maple Leafs. You make errors, you don't win ball games. Simple as that. Simple as that. That's been the problem this season. By far, the IBL leader in errors made on defense. By far.
Over 30 now on the season. Then John Salazzo has a kick off his glove. Throw to second in time. Jose Vinicio bails out John Salazzo, and, well, he makes up for it somewhat, as that looked like it was destined to be another error by the Maple Leafs defense, and they do limit the damage here this time. The Guelph Royals get just one in the top of the 7th inning, and the bats for the Maple Leafs coming up with 9 outs to play here at Dominico Field. That's 9-1-2 coming up for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Trying to get something going against Yomar Concepcion, who has stymied the bats of Toronto so far. This is Lucas Alberti, the center fielder, to lead things off. A hesitation delivery there from Concepcion, and Alberti fouls it off to the left. .45 pitches now for Yomar Concepcion. And Alberti takes over the outside corner, strike 2. You can see the guy behind home plate thought that was outside. There's the 0-2.
Yeah,
Did
much
you see
like
him? He's
I
calling
did.
the balls and strikes too. 1-2,
I don't know how
he
accurate
says.
he is, but he's giving it his best shot. I'll give him that.
That one's outside. Make the call.
He was right on that one.
Oh, he's calling 2-2.
Yeah.
There's the pitch to Alberti. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Another strikeout from Yomar Concepcion.
Designated hitter number 5.
Viciously attacked by a moth.
Yeah, it's not going to do much damage. I wouldn't worry about it too much.
You don't know the things I've seen.
Wow. I don't know what a moth could lead to, but...
Boy, do I have a story that I will tell you off the air.
Nope. One away. Jordan Castaldo at the plate. There's a big swing and a miss, strike 1. Omar Concepcion trying to get through his 3rd inning of relief. Here's the 0-1. Castaldo gets into this one, high and deep to left field. Does it have enough? Yes, it does. A solo home run for Jordan Castaldo, and he's cut the lead to 2. 4 home runs on the season for the new Maple Leafs leadoff hitter.
And we've seen it time and time again with Jordan Castaldo, power the opposite field.
Now batting that pitcher,
Give
number
Jordan
9,
Castaldo
Justin
7 RBIs
Marra.
today.
Having quite a day for himself.
I don't know if I've seen that many RBIs from the leadoff hitter before.
No.
So Justin Marra at the plate. And that one's low, ball 1. Justin Marra has quietly put together a really good day at the plate. He's 2 for 2 with 2 walks. And he scored a run. And with that, Justin Marra has raised his batting average to .318. All of a sudden, the Maple Leafs batters are looking pretty hot. Here's the 1-1. And that one's lined and snared by Josh Garton. What a catch. Josh Garton is having a heck of a day everywhere. He's got 4 hits, 5 RBIs, and he just showed off some hops over there at first base.
Heck of an athletic play over there. Ball destined for the right field corner. Would have made this inning an entirely different situation, but now there's 2 out and nobody on for the Leafs 3-hitter.
That's the first time that Guelph has retired Justin Marra today. Now it's Marcus Connect, and he swings and misses. And that has been a trend. Marcus Connect has not picked up the Yomar Concepcion breaking ball on the outer half. And Concepcion might have realized that, and he might just keep throwing it. Here's the 0-1. Connect. Gets into this breaking ball, high and deep to left field, and see you later. Another solo home run for the Maple Leafs. Marcus Connect smashes that one to right field, and we have a one-run ball game. He didn't get it on the outer half.
He didn't miss that one. No, and that's the power that we've seen from this lineup. Castaldo at the top, Connect at the top. Angel Castro getting into it with Marcus Connect as they celebrate in the dugout once more. And look at that, it's a one-run game. What do you got to do? You got to trust your offense.
That's the second home run of the season for Marcus Connect, and he hasn't played as many games as all the other Maple Leafs. He had an injury on his hands early in the season. Might have affected him a little bit at the beginning of the year, but he's hot now. Second hit of the day, second home run of the season. This guy has some home run potential as well. It's John Salazzo, and he likes facing righties. That's Yomar Concepcion. The 0-1, and Salazzo checks his swing and takes a strike. 0-2. Ryan Dos Santos on deck, hopeful of an at-bat. The 0-2 pitch, way inside. John Salazzo scoots out of the way.
And we talked about it right off the bat. You know, the offense has been on such a roll these last 6 games. Another game with 10 or more hits. They're up to 7 in a row. The power has remained there after Brantford. So that ball's tapped foul. It's a game in which, yeah, the pitching struggled. That's been evident. But the offense, which has been such an issue to begin the year for the Leafs, and now it's finding its groove. I'd say it definitely has found its groove at this point. That it's something to feel good about regardless of the outcome. And it's the bottom of the 7th inning. The Leafs are they got 7 more outs. With the power they've shown, they may not need all 7.
The 1-2. Salazzo takes strike 3 called. Yomar Concepcion gets a couple strikeouts in the inning. The Maple Leafs get a couple home runs in the inning, both solo shots. And the lead is cut to 11-10. The Guelph Royal lead, and we'll be right back from Christy Pitts.
Now batting the first baseman, number 15, Josh Garton.
Back here at Dominico Fields, and this is Josh Garton coming to the plate, and the Maple Leafs are going to give Josh Garton a little bit of a different look. It's a lefty-lefty matchup with Adam Mara on the mound, And Josh Garton at the plate. Adam Mara, the crafty left-hander for Toronto. Loves to fill up the strike zone, but he does it with a variety of different off-speed pitches. The 1-0. Adam Mara also likes to stand way on the right-handed batter's box side of the mound, opposite to where Josh Garton is standing, the 2-0. And Garton hits it on the ground to first base, gobbled up by Cole Murchison. He goes to first in time, and that strategy worked out for the Maple Leafs as Josh Garton, who's seen heat all day, was way out in front of that pitch.
Left fielder number 9.
Where was this 4 at-bats ago?
So finally, Josh Garton retired, and it's Adam Mara who gets the job done. And apologies, Adam Mara is almost off the screen when you're watching right now. That's because he stands so far on the right-handed batter's box side. This one's hit to center field pretty well. It's back to the wall, leap, and it's over the head of the center fielder Alberti. And Mark Nellis is into second base. Lucas Alberti thought he had a beat on that one, just kept tracking back, and when it was all said and done, that one nearly flew over the fence.
Mark Nellis has put a couple charges into baseballs to center field this game. One of the 2 junior call-ups in the starting lineup for the Guelph Royals, a product of the Mississauga Tigers High Performance Program, a very, very good program. He's had some good swings on some balls.
Adam Mara last pitched on June 14th against London, and before that he hadn't pitched since May 25th against Welland, and although it's been a big stretch, each of his last 2 outings have been clean. 3 up, 3 down. Not this one though, as he gives up the double to center field to Nellis, so now it's the third baseman Massini. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss at a slow breaking ball, 1-2.
His curveball almost lulls you into a false sense of security in the batter's box. You see it coming and you think, oh, I'm just going to slap the crap out of this. And it comes, and with all the movement, you can't just do anything with it. You know, we saw with Garton, you just weakly tap over to first base, and just the master of soft contact, Adam Mara.
Borderline word to use on TV.
Which one? What? Slap the crap.
You got it. Here's the 2-2. Lined into the outfield, down for a base hit, although the runner did have to hold at third base, and he will put on the brakes. Mark Nellis was afraid that ball might get caught on that hanging line drive by Massini, so he's at third, and Adam Mara's is in some trouble now, but he's also a double play away from getting out of the inning.
Yeah. Another good swing, you know. We've seen a lot of them today, and he slapped the heck out of that ball right through the box up the middle.
Ashe fouls the first pitch off. Evan Ashe is the catcher for the Royals today, and Adam Mara would love for him to hit one sharply on the ground to one of the middle infielders. He swings through an Adam Mara off-speed pitch, and the count's now 0-2. Mara stands so far on the right side of the rubber, it kind of offset the difficulty for right-handed batters. As there's a swing and a miss, strike 3. That is a massive strikeout for Adam Mara.
And just a terrific pitch on the outside part of the plate right there. He doesn't throw hard, but his fastball velocity is so different from his off-speed pitch that when you mix it up, it's a couple ticks faster than what it really is when you're watching it coming in the batter's box. So when he can get that cooking, especially when the batter's sitting there thinking, oh, okay, there's about 3 or 4 different off-speed pitches that move 2 or 3 different ways. You throw a heater by him, it looks harder than it is.
Ohashi at the plate takes first pitch ball 1. It's especially slower as well in the breaking ball when you have the first 3 pitches of the game, who have been Sam Green and Julian Valdez, and then before him, Max Lanou, who all get it up into the 90s. This one's lined into center field, down for a base hit. The Guelph Royals will get some insurance. It's now 12-10, and that ball just didn't quite hang up enough for Lucas Alberti, who had every intention of playing that on a hop, and probably the right play, because if that ball got by him, that could be trouble.
Shortstop number 5, Brando LaRue.
So here comes another guy who has been a big problem for the Maple Leafs today, Brando LaRue. 4 for 4 and has scored a couple times. And LaRue takes strike 1.
Chris Nagorski begins to throw down on the Leafs pen. I mean, it's not surprising. Julian Tomachko has been used so much recently as that pitch goes behind Brando LaRue. Tomachko's been used so much recently that, you know, I'm sure they'd ideally like to not use him, and if they can get through these last 4 outs or more without Tomachko, that would be ideal.
Oh, that breaking ball really fooled Brando LaRue. He's behind 1 and 2. The one breaking ball went behind him, and then he swung it one on the outer half. How's that for changing the eye level? And that one's inside. 2-2. This is a big out to get here for Adam Mara. 1 run isn't bad, but can he hold it right here? It's a ground ball, and it's snared by Towers. Flips to second to get the out. What a play. Charlie Towers grabs one up the middle that looked like it was destined for center field, and another run for the Guelph Royals. And Adam Mara finds a way to limit the damage. He gets through Josh Garton, and then eventually gives the Guelph Royals just the 1 run. They lead by 2. It's 12-10. Guelph leads over Toronto.
12 runs on 20.
Look who's back on the mound for the Guelph Royals. It's Yomar Concepcion, trying to get through a 4th inning of relief. Did give up 2 home runs last inning. Now he faces Ryan Dos Santos, who is no longer in the home run lead after today because his teammate Jordan Castaldo has hit a couple, and he's got 4 on the season. By the way, Josh Garton, who also has 2 home runs in this game, has 7 on the season and is now tied for the IBL lead in homers. And remember, the Guelph Royals have played the least games out of anybody in the IBL. So he has some ground to make up and might find himself above Seth Strong in the next couple weeks if he continues hitting like that. First 2 pitches balls to Ryan Dos Santos. And that one's a strike. 2-1.
Yuki Narita begins to throw down in the Royals bullpen. Having an absolutely terrific start to his year out of the pen.
Yeah.
Notching a ton of strikeouts.
Tough customer. I mean, we were chatting in the break. You compared him to the production that Davey Mendez has put up.
Absolutely. Like this season, with the amount he's been used, his strikeout percentage, you know, Max Lanou, we've talked about, racks up the Ks quite a bit. Yuki Narita does as well. More so. They're the top 2 in the league out of relievers, out of the pen. Both Yuki Narita and Max Lanou notch hit strikeouts like it's nothing.
A hard hit single for Ryan Dos Santos, so that's how the 8th inning starts out. Jose Vinicio coming to the dish.
And on top of that, you got to imagine with how long Yomar Concepcion's been in this game, that if he gets into any serious trouble, that they would go to Yuki Narita. I mean, the consistency from him out of the pen to begin with, but also Concepcion's thrown so many pitches. A lot of them have been, especially in last inning, stressful pitches after the 2 home runs. It's a very tight ball game. And on the flip side, Chris Nagorski is throwing down in the Leafs pen, so you got to imagine that Adam Mara's one and done, and Nags will probably come out of the pen for the 9th. Something he's done an awful lot in his career.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Dustin Richardson is down there for the Maple Leafs today. Vinicio. Check swing, did he go? No, says the second base umpire.
Yeah, Greg Carrington, Jesse Hodges, and Dean Christides all appear to be absent. Although, like you said, a number of them coach, and all of them have ulterior jobs.
Yeah, and this game wasn't on the schedule.
No.
This is probably off the table now, but I thought this might be an opportunity for Vinicio to try and bunt for a base hit. Swinging here and takes upstairs, 1-1.
Yeah, not a terrible idea. I mean, now that it's 2-0 and it's a hitter's count, we've seen the damage he can do. We've seen him put balls over the right field fence. We've seen him do it this season. He hit the first home run of the year for the Maple Leafs, putting it over the fence. We've seen the power. If it was the 5th or 6th, I'd say maybe. Here, I'd say just go for it.
Oh, he just missed it. Popped it up. In the outfield, it's Andy Leader who makes the catch. 1 out. Yuki Narita has been great this year. 17 strikeouts in 19 innings. Pitched in an ERA of 1 even. Although he hasn't faced the toughest competition this season either. He's pitched against Kitchener, Chatham, Kent, 2 against Brantford. So the Maple Leafs will be the toughest team, at least standings-wise, I guess. Obviously, Chatham Kent's a brand new team, and they've had a good start, but Brantford and Kitchener are both down in the IBL standings.
And there's more lefties in the lineup. The Leafs always stack their lineup with lefties, 7 out of 9 tonight. If they can get it back to the top of the order, that'd be a big, important part of the piece, too. You know, it's 2-0 Murchison. He's hitting 7th. There's only 1 out this inning. At the very least, you are going to face Jordan Castaldo in the 9th. There's no way that doesn't happen. It's just, can you get to the guys past him? Can you get to the Connects and the Maras and the Salazos?
Murchison with tremendous power. The Maple Leafs still waiting to see that be unleashed from Cole Murchison.
And we know it's there. Like, we've seen his numbers in college.
Yeah.
We've seen his swing, the pure upper body strength that he possesses. It's in there. It's only a matter of time until he starts getting into a power hitting rhythm here with the Leafs.
2-0 pitch, taking all the way, and it's a strike.
I also think that there's an element to coming from college ball. The strike zones are totally different. You know, in the States in college ball, they call it a certain way. Here we've seen in the IBL the inconsistencies at times with the strike zone. For a good eye at the plate in the U.S., it changes.
Way outside, throw down to second base, not in time. That's a stolen base for Ryan Dos Santos, and he's in scoring position. So this may change the approach at the plate for Cole Murchison, although if he gets a pitch he can handle, he will hit it out. Hit 4 home runs last year with Monterey Bay and the NCAA, and 32 RBIs over that 45-game stretch as well.
I don't think they let Concepcion pitch to Towers if Murchison gets on.
So here's the 3-1, and it's check swing, all inside. Check down to second base, no swing, says the third base umpire. And let's see what happens. Charlie Towers coming to the plate. Yomar Concepcion is standing waiting as if he knows that it's time for Yuki Narita. He's looking into the dugout, nothing's happening. Still looking into the dugout. And now he's gonna walk around the mound. Yuki Narita might need a couple more warm-up pitches. Gonna pitch. He's gonna pitch.
Alberti's a righty on deck. You know, they might want to say, hey, you start Yuki righty on righty.
Let's see. Good day at the plate for Charlie Towers. But outside ball 1.
That was really interesting. You noticed it too. Everyone almost paused there, letting Dino Romel think about it. The umps were waiting. Concepcion was walking around the mound. I'm not sure I've seen anything like that.
Charlie Towers pops it up. It's on the infield. Catch rate made by Ohashio. He had to reach back to grab it. But he makes the catch nevertheless, and now there's 2 away, and Lucas Alberti coming to the plate. Yomar Concepcion is 73 pitches in.
And the fact that Alberti's hitting in this spot also tells you that there's not a lot of depth available on the Leafs bench. You know what I mean? His first career game, it's a very tough position in the bottom of the 8th inning here. They're missing a lot of, Connor Lewis isn't here. Greg Carrington isn't here. They're missing outfielders. We saw Julian Johnson down on the field before, but he obviously is not an outfielder. So by necessity, Alberti's going to come up and hit here.
Lucas Alberti, he's done a good job at the plate, especially out of the 9-hole. He's turned the lineup over. He drew a big walk early in the game, but he is the only Maple Leaf without a hit today.
And it's not a slight on Alberti. I mean, you're coming up your junior call-up. You were facing some real tough pitching.
Alberti hits it hard on the ground. Ohashi throws to first in time, and that will retire the Toronto Maple Leafs. A heroic effort of relief by Yomar Concepcion. Gets through 76 pitches. Only gives up the 2 runs, and he's given the Guelph Royals a great chance here. The Maple Leafs down to their final 3 outs, and they'll try and limit the damage here in the top of the 9th. It's been a barn burner of a game here at Dominico Field, and the score 12-10. Chris Nagorski on the mound, and it's one of those games where you feel like if Chris Nagorski can hold off the Royals in the top of the ninth, the Maple Leafs have 1, 2, 3 coming up, and maybe they have a chance, but they will most likely be facing Hector Jan, who's been a tough customer so far this year. So,
Yuki Narita.
Or Yuki Narita, I should say. Chris Nagorski's task is clear. Try and get through a scoreless top of the ninth.
Oh, I would say if Hector Jan was coming out of the pen, I'd be equally scared.
Yeah, he's good too.
Because he's been terrific. And neither are good options.
The 1-1 pitch to J.D. Williams is upstairs 2-1. 2-1. Just outside. Right? Yes.
I'm judging some of these ball strike calls based on how Charlie Towers reacts at second base. There's been a couple where I'm like, I think that might be a strike, and then I look at Towers and I realize that is definitely a strike.
That one is a strike, but it's dropped by Justin Mara. So it's we'll call it a messy 3-2 count here on J.D. Williams. Nagorski will want to find the strike zone here and keep him off the base path, because you know who is coming up next, and then after that. Full count pitch. Fouled off. Nagorski did find the zone, but J.D. Williams stays alive.
Julian Tomachko begins to lightly toss down the left field line. The last of a long line of relievers that the Leafs have available today.
And Julian Tomachko, let's just say crazy things happened and there was extra innings, and Julian Tomachko is the last reliever down in the bullpen. He started games before, so he won't be unfamiliar with going a couple innings if things start to get hairy. But Maple Leafs are not thinking that far ahead. J.D. Williams takes outside, ball 4. Nagorski asks for a new baseball. Chris Nagorski comes into this outing with an ERA of 5.62. Gave up a run against Kitchener in his last outing, but before that had 3 consecutive outings where he didn't give up an earned run. Chris Nagorski had some tough luck early in the season, especially in his first outing against London. It's the pitch to Andy Leader. Gave up a couple soft hit base hits, and when it was all said and done, he'd given up 4 hits and 2 earned runs in the inning, and the Maple Leafs ended up losing the game 7-5. And one of them was an infield hit as well, but he's overcome that, and he's pitched much better lately. Here's the 1-0 in there for a strike. Counts now 1-1 on Andy Leader. Leader got a hit in his last at-bat. Now every Guelph Royal except Ash has got on the board in the hits column. In fact, 3 Guelph Royals have 4 hits. That's Brando LaRue, Josh Garton, and Uche Ohashi as well. 2-1. Leader lines this one into the outfield. This is down, and this could be extra bases at a 1 hops up against the wall. Fielded out there by Marcus Connect. The throw into second base is cut off by Charlie Towers. And now the Guelph Royals are knocking out the door as they have runners on second and third and nobody out.
Another hard hit ball. We've been saying it all night long. Guelph has been seeing the baseball really, really well. Hard hit outs, hard hit base hits, hard hit home runs. It's been a whole lot of offense here tonight. Unfortunately for the Leafs, they found themselves on the lesser side of it And now Chris Nagorski is going to have one heck of a time trying to work out of this jam. With 4, 5, 6 due up, who've all been seeing the ball very well tonight.
Nagorski's pitch is outside, ball 1.
And I mean, if you're the Leafs and you want any chance of staying in this, you really got to limit it to at most 1. I mean, you have the top of the lineup coming up and they're prolific, but...
Takamatsu on the ground. Cole Murchison snares it and he's coming home! And the tag is not applied. Oh, I'm not sure if Justin Mara knew he had to tag the runner who was coming home, or maybe he was just juggling that ball. It was a good throw from Cole Murchison, and had the tag got down, runner coming home would have been out. Now it's 13-10.
First baseman number 15, Josh Garton.
Right idea. It's the right idea. I mean, it was a great play by Murchison, getting over there, getting down and dirty, getting the ball. I mean, the throw was high and somewhat towards the third base side, but you cannot have misplays after misplays like this and expect to come out on top.
So nobody out. Runners on the corners. This one's popped up and in foul territory. It's Josh Garton who's at the plate. Obviously Cole Murchison knowing that they needed to cut down that run at home plate, especially with the tough pitching coming to the bullpen for Guelph.
Yeah, I think Murchison was also probably a little bit shocked that the runner was going. You know, he almost did a double take when he got the ball, and I mean, I was somewhat surprised to see the runner going home as well with nobody out. You want to be safe. It was a great play by Murchison.
Here's the 1-1 to Garton. And he takes low, 2-1. Josh Garton has had a heck of a day at the plate for Guelph. 2 home runs, 4 hits. 5 RBIs. Good chance to get another one here. The 2-1. And Garton checks his swing. No swing, says the second base umpire. Counts 3-1, and Chris Nagorski is forced now to throw a strike, and it might just be a fastball here to Garton. Here's 3-1 pitch. And it's fouled off. This game approaching the 4-hour mark here at Dominico Field. Three and 2, the count on Josh Garton. Chris Nagorski trying to limit some of the damage here and give his team a chance. And a swing and a miss, strike 3. And Nagorski gets a much needed strikeout. And Josh Garton just took a seat on his way back. He literally sat down on the gravel because the Bushmen were calling take a seat. And Garton has been having a lot of fun today.
I guarantee you he's having more fun today than he has been the last 4 or 5 games.
Yeah. Busted out of the slump, having a great time playing the game, and giving it to the Bushmen down the line, which I know is something he loves to do.
Oh, doesn't everybody? I mean, like, in this league, the fan-player interactions, it's terrific.
The 0-1. Swing and a miss. Nellis behind 0-2. Nagorski hunting another strike zone or a hard hit ground ball. The 0-2 pitch. Just outside. heat has not gone away here at Dominic.
No, it has not. My shirt is going to have some serious stainage by the time I get home.
Yeah.
Can you imagine pitching through this? We talked about how many pitches Yomar Concepcion threw, being out there on the mound. Imagine he was wearing one of those Nike jerseys. It'd be in like a wet rag. Like, it'd be terrible.
Yeah. It is 11:07 at night, and it's 28 degrees. The 1-2. This one's popped up. This won't be deep enough to score a run. John Salazzo under it, makes the catch, 2 away. And a run is in, but at one point there was runners on first and third and nobody out, and Chris Nagorski has got a strikeout and a pop out. And now he needs to get Massini.
As much as the heat has played a factor, and we've talked about this quite a bit today, everyone should be counting their lucky stars that this was not a 2 p.m. game.
Right, that one gets to the backstop, and Justin Mara can't get there in time. Another run comes in to score, and now it's 14-10, and that run right there does feel like a bit of a dagger for the Maple Leafs.
Absolutely it does. I mean, we saw earlier on this game the terrific Mara to Valdez tag at the plate to save a run. But it's rare that that can happen once, and near impossible to have that happen twice. We've seen balls go to the backstop that are unlike the pitches that these Leafs relievers have thrown over the last 6 games.
The 1-0. This one's fouled off. It does feel like the Guelph Royals may have just outslugged the Maple Leafs in this one. There's still the bottom of the 9th to play, but Guelph has 14 runs on 21 hits to the Maple Leafs, who have 10 runs on 12 hits. Guelph has not been efficient with their hits. The Maple Leafs have. That's why it's still a 4-run ball game, but boy, there are 33 hits in this game between the two teams. 2-1. In there for a strike. Count level at 2-2.
I know that Evan Ash on deck is just dying for another chance to come up.
Yeah.
It's never a good feeling when you're the odd man out.
On the ground, and he will get that chance. Charlie Towers goes all the way out to field that baseball. It was in the wrong spot for the Maple Leafs. Another run comes in to score, and it's 15-10. So in a game that seems like it may be all but over, there's an interesting moment with Evan Ash coming to the plate, the only Guelph Royal who doesn't have a hit. Many of his teammates have multiple hits. And this will be a personal check mark here for Evan Ash, who, no knock on him, he has had a great start to the season. But you never want to be the only guy that doesn't have a hit.
No, absolutely not.
So here's the first pitch. And Ash takes it for a strike. Ash has got on base. He walked. The 0-1. That one's low. Ash, as we stand right now, is also the only Royal in the lineup that's not hitting over 300. A hit would also change that, as he came into the game hitting 350. The 1-1, a take on the outer half. Count is 2-1. The 2-1, that's a strike. Nagorski is painting the corners in this at bat here to Ash.
I'm sure Ash thinks everybody's been painting the corners against him at this point. And again, it's no strike against Evan Ash. He's caught one heck of a ball game back there.
Ash fouls it off. That time he got one to hit.
And you know he's thinking about it too. Like, as much as players say they don't, they absolutely are.
21 hits combined by the Guelph Royals. 22, I guess, now. And that one just misses inside.
Oh.
Evan Ash looking for hit number 1 and 23.
Do you think he gets it right here?
I do. And he lines it on a hop to Jose Vinicio. Throw to first in time to get the out. Oh, boy.
Jose Vinicio.
Had to make a heck of a play. Looked like it had infield hit written all over it, or maybe that ball would even get to the outfield. Not the case for Evan Ash, who may just finish the day 0 for 4. The Maple Leafs have their last chance coming up. They got 3 outs to play with, and they need 5 runs to get. So Yuki Narita will try and bring this barn burner to an end. He faces the top of the Maple Leafs order, starting with Jordan Castaldo, who has had an unbelievable day at the plate. In the leadoff spot, already has 6 RBIs. I think it's 7 RBIs. I think he didn't get credited for one as well. But 6 or 7. Either way, very good. Castaldo takes way inside. That one went to the backstop. So Yuki Narita. Oh, it is 6. Okay. So 3 consecutive balls thrown here by Yuki Narita, and he's having some trouble finding the strike zone. The 3-0. Castaldo takes way upstairs, ball 4. 4 pitches, none of them close from Narita. And this has not been a problem for Yuki Narita this season. He's only walked we'll see. First pitch in there for a strike, and now he's found the zone against Justin Mara. We've also got word that this game can't go to extras because the lights shut off in under 20 minutes. This was a high chopper to first base. It's going to stay in fair territory. Narita will flip over to Josh Garton, who catches it with his bare hand. Justin Morrow is expecting Yuki Narita to spin around and put the tag on him. So one out, runner on second base. Marcus Connect comes to the plate.
We've discussed this a few times over the past year and a half or so. What happens when the lights shut off if the game's still going on? Like, we've never actually had it happen, but boy, have we cut it close a couple times. I was also asking you this in between the top half and the bottom half of this inning. Why 11:32?
I don't know.
Like, who made that executive decision?
Connect fouls it off. I also think they don't turn off at 11:32 because I've been here before, like 3 years ago, I guess, in a 14-inning game that started at 7:30 that went well after midnight. Ended up with a Sean Riley walk-off home run, who many Guelph Royals fans will know very well. And he hit it with the lights on.
I don't know if we'll get to experience the plot twist of what happens in 11:32 today, but for the Leafs, they sure as heck do. I mean, if the game's still going at that point, it means they've been hitting for a while.
Well, Yuki Narita has now found the strike zone. And the 0-2 pitch to Connect upstairs. There were some worries on the 4-pitch walk to Jordan Castaldo, but now Yuki Narita has dialed it right back in. 17 strikeouts and 9 innings coming into this appearance for Narita. The 1-2. Yuki Narita was a gem that the Guelph Royals found last season. In fact, out of 19 games that he appeared in, he started 7 of them, pitched 64 innings, had an ERA of 3.77 for the Royals in his rookie season in the IBL in 2023. The 2-2 to Marcus Connect. Swing and a foul tip into the glove, strike 3. Like that, 18 strikeouts on the season for Narita.
Third baseman, number 17, Jonathan Solazo.
Yuki Narita, last pitch against the Brantford Red Sox, part of a 3-2 win for the Guelph Royals. Struck out 4 in 2 innings, walked 1, and didn't give up a hit. John Solazo at the plate. And Solazo hits this one deep to left field. This one's at the wall, and it's gone! John Solazo, a laser beam to left field off Narita, and the Maple Leafs pull it to within 3.
The opposite field power that we've seen over the last 6 games from the Maple Leafs has been nothing short of outstanding compared to the first 9 games this season. They have really come around, and yeah, this game's a little bit lost at this point, but seeing the Castaldos and the Solazos and all these guys take balls the opposite way, that doesn't just mean they're hitting with power, it means they're seeing the ball incredibly well. And Solazo, like he's told us, and we know, trying to hit more balls to the opposite field this season, in part because of the fence out in right field, but also because he's been such a pull-heavy hitter in the past. It's another area of the field that he can expand to. And it swings like that. We saw it in Brantford. He's now hit 2 home runs in 2 games.
Technically, John Solazo refused to hit the ball the opposite way, but I think he's
Oh,
figured
so
out,
he says.
Yeah, I think he's found out that it's now a necessity. And sometimes hitting the ball to opposite field isn't really when you're trying to hit it to opposite field. You're just taking what the pitcher gives you. There, he got an outside pitch from Yuki Narita, so he hit it the other way. And now this one's hit pretty well to center field, but not enough to get out. And it's caught in center by J.D. Williams. So the Toronto Maple Leafs come up just short in their comeback attempt. In the 9th, they lose the game 15-12. against a Guelph Royals team that had 15 runs on 22 hits. And Gus, you'd have to say they just outslugged the Leafs today.
Yeah, I mean, it was a battle of the bullpens. We kind of knew that going in with Sam Green and Brandon Deans. But they hit more. They hit frequently. Josh Garton found his stride. And, you know, the Leafs bullpen that's been just ever so good fell apart. There's no easy way to say it. They couldn't get outs. The offense was there. That's so far from the issue. They've been terrific the last 7 games now. They put up godly numbers game after game. But much like what was happening at the beginning of the year in terms of the pitching, they just couldn't find it. They could not find it this game. They could not put together shutdown innings. They've come close a couple times, but it was the runs here and there that'll do you in. It's the defensive miscues here and there that'll do you in. And all in all, the offensive side, fantastic. Pitching, there's more to be desired, and I'm sure each and every one of them will tell you that, except for Sam Green, who had a really good first outing back from injury.
4 hits by Brando LaRue, Josh Garton, and Ohashi for the Guelph Royals. And they win this game 15-12. Thanks for tuning in.